Good morning, everyone. We're just going to give it a few more minutes to let folks enter the webinar, and we'll get started in a few as soon as those numbers slow down. Good morning to those just joining us. Welcome to Clean Transportation Incentives Funding Plan Workshop. We're just giving it a few more minutes for folks to join us before we get started.
Grace, I see we have a question that's a raised hand, and I'm wondering if we've got a technical issue. So I'm going to go ahead and open up the line for Ruth Ann Pearsons. Ruth, do you have a technical question before we get started? You can unmute your line. Ruth, I've unmuted your line.
Ruth, you'll need to unmute on your end.
Okay, she brought her hand down, so maybe there was a technical issue there. So there's also a hand raised by Nancy Cardone. Nancy, I'll unmute your line in case you've got a technical question. You can go ahead and unmute yourself now too.
I'm sorry, I do not have a question. I'm sorry, that was an accident.
No worries, thank you.
All right, we're just going to get started. Just a few, just waiting for some more folks to join us on the webinar. Lisa, it looks like we have a question in the Q&A box.
Yes, and I was just responding to it.
Perfect.
So we do have a question in the Q&A box regarding today's agenda workshop, and we will be covering that in just a moment in the slides. And in the chat, we have dropped a link to all of the information that's posted for today, including to a copy of the slides, the actual funding plan, draft funding plan that we posted and so forth. So I will also drop that in the Q&A so that it's linkable in both places.
Perfect. So with that, I think we're going to go ahead and get started. It looks like some of the numbers are slowing down a bit. So hello and good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us today. Welcome to our second workshop for the fiscal year 2022-23 funding plan for clean transportation incentives. My name is Graciela Garcia, and I'm the lead staff over the funding plan. I'm joined today by Lisa McCumber, manager over the funding plan, as well as the Clean Vehicle Rebate Project and Financing Assistance for Lower Income Consumers Program, and our wonderful team who will also be presenting today. Before we get started, I wanted to go over some logistics for today's discussion. As a reminder, this meeting is being recorded. We anticipate a copy of the recording will be made available on the Low Carbon Transportation Investments and Air Quality Improvement Program Meetings and Workshops webpage in no more than 2 weeks. Materials for today's workshop, including the agenda and slides, are available on the same webpage, and a link to these materials have been dropped in the Zoom chat as well as the Q&A box. In addition, we will be leveraging Zoom's raised hand and Q&A box features to facilitate comments and questions. If you would like to submit written comments or submit comments in writing, please use the Zoom Q&A feature and we will address policy-related questions verbally for the benefit of all attendees. If there are Zoom disruptions for any reason, including malicious intent, we will immediately end today's meeting and send out another notice to reschedule. And lastly, we are unable to allow anonymous meeting participants for security reasons. Please make sure your name is clear on the Zoom platform. If you have called in, we will adjust your phone number and call on you if you're raised hand based on the last 4 digits of your number. For today's workshop, we will begin with an overview of the Clean Transportation Incentives Funding Plan, how it fits within Carb's broader portfolio of incentives, and then move into a discussion around the draft funding allocations. After the budget, we will cover several components contained within the scope of the funding plan. We'll first provide an update on the development of the long-term plans for light-duty vehicles and clean transportation equity investments, followed by an update on staff's draft recommendations for our existing light-duty and clean transportation equity investments, followed by a break. After we return from lunch, we will provide an overview on Carb's heavy-duty investment strategy, as well as an update on staff's draft recommendations for our on-road and off-road heavy-duty vehicle and equipment projects. We will then open the floor for additional comments and questions on today's presentation before moving to next steps. Please note, we will provide time for questions following each section of today's agenda. As a reminder, here's the current schedule for the funding plan development. As you can see on this slide, we're about halfway through the process, and over the course of the next several months, staff will continue to meet with stakeholders, including priority communities and community members, and refine recommendations that will be included in the final funding plan. In October, we will release our proposed funding plan, which will be open for public comment, and we will bring the plan to the board for consideration in November. Staff anticipate implementation of projects and policies approved by the board will begin in December. With all that said, however, I'd like to reiterate that even though we have our formal schedule for work groups, workshops, and engagement, we'll continue to have our open door policy and encourage stakeholders to meet with staff at any time. And lastly, additional information can be found by visiting the web pages linked at the bottom of the slide. And with that, let's move into our first agenda item. To achieve its numerous climate change, air quality, ZEV deployment, and petroleum reduction goals, the state has adopted an aggressive multi-pronged strategy that uses incentives to complement regulatory approaches. Additionally, incentives play a pivotal role in accelerating the transition of fleets to zero emission, in line with Governor Newsom's most recent executive order. We have also given increasing attention to the role our investments play in promoting equity and racial justice by supporting priority populations by implementing community-driven clean transportation solutions. Our incentives also act as a stimulus and support economic recovery. They have helped draw manufacturers of clean technology to California to open or expand operations, promoting economic growth and job creation within the state and making zero-emission vehicles and their components the state's largest export. Staff strives to constantly reevaluate our projects and incorporate strategic changes to build on the successes of past investments and incorporate the lessons we have learned. This year, we are further enhancing our metrics and evaluation strategies in line with recommendations from the California State Auditor. The incentive programs we're discussing today are a part of Carb's broader portfolio of funding that Carb administers to improve air quality, enhance community protection, and reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Carb strives to maintain a balanced portfolio of available investments to meet the state's air quality and climate goals. While the Community Air Protection Program, Farmer, and the VW Mitigation Trust are not directly tied to today's item, we continue to closely coordinate with these programs to make sure the investments are complementary. Each of these programs have their own distinct goals that support the state's broader strategy. Not every program can fund every worthy technology. Maintaining the integrity of the program goals is essential to ensure that the state achieves both immediate air quality benefit and that it supports the innovative technologies necessary to meet the state's vision of a zero-emission economy. And outside of Carb, other federal, state, and local agencies have complementary funding sources as well. Examples of these include the California Energy Commission's Clean Transportation Program and Strategic Growth Council's community-based projects. We coordinate with our sister agencies on these investment programs regularly. And now for an update on the budget. The legislature approved most of the funding with several budget bills that were signed by the governor this past June, approving the overall investment level of $10 billion over the next 5 years for the California Air Resources Board, the California Energy Commission, or CEC, and other state agency partners. This amount also includes approximately $1 billion to administer grants to help local educational agencies replace internal combustion school buses. However, the legislature has deferred finalizing some of the detailed program level appropriations for the light duty equity programs and emerging opportunities until later in the 2022 legislative session. Because the legislature has deferred consideration of some of the detailed program level appropriations, Carb staff will present details included in the May revise where allocations have been deferred. Carb staff acknowledges that these details may change in the final budget bill based on the outcome of negotiations between the administration and the legislature. If the deferred final appropriations are different than those in the draft funding plan and today's presentation, Carb staff may schedule additional public meetings and will use the final approved appropriations in the proposed fiscal year 2022-23 funding plan when it is released in October. With that said, the draft funding plan and today's presentation includes Carb's portion of the budget totaling $3 billion for clean transportation incentives from the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund, the General Fund, and the Air Quality Improvement Fund. Here's a current snapshot of the draft allocations for clean transportation incentives. As you can see on the slide, the amounts with an asterisk represent allocations that have been deferred by the legislature. However, I want to reiterate that the final appropriations won't likely match what was outlined in the May revise, and as such, staff will adjust these amounts accordingly. Over the course of the last several months, staff took steps to more meaningfully engage with priority populations and advocates beyond the traditional funding plan public process. Staff leveraged Access Clean California's statewide network of outreach partners to seek feedback from local community-based organizations and grassroots community leaders on the development of the funding plan. In addition, staff also met with various community members, leaders, and groups to seek feedback on specific projects, as well as the development of the funding plan. Staff will continue to meet with communities on the funding plan and will include updates in public meetings and in the final document on how the feedback we received is being considered. Here's a brief summary of initial feedback received. Many of these recommendations are already in progress as a part of Carb's ongoing effort to improve and streamline incentives. However, others require some additional thought and analysis, and staff will provide an update in the final funding plan. In terms of next steps, Carb will hold additional public meetings as needed and continue one-on-one meetings, including following up with stakeholders and community members we have already met with to provide updates on the initial feedback received. The final funding plan will be available for a 30-day public comment period in October, and staff will present the plan to the board for consideration in November. And with that, we will open up the floor for a short discussion period for questions. If you'd like to make a comment or ask a question, please use the webinar feature to raise your hand. For those using Zoom online, please click on the raised hand option on the Zoom navigation bar under the Participants tab. For those using Zoom on a mobile application, please click on the raised hand option in the More tab. For those who are participating by telephone, please be sure to press #2 and we will call on you accordingly. Once your line is open, you can begin to speak. Please state your name and affiliation first before providing a comment or asking a question. You may also type your question into the Q&A box. We will alternate between taking verbal questions and reading and responding to those in the Q&A box. So I'm going to hand it off to my colleague, Lisa Jennings, to monitor the raised hands.
Thank you, Grace.
While we wait for hands to raise to see if there's any questions, there is one clarifying question in the Q&A box from Yasunari Onodera regarding when the fiscal year 2022 and 23 starts and ends. So we operate, the funding for these programs comes to us during the state's identified fiscal years, which starts July 1st of each year and ends June 30th of each year. So it's a July to June schedule every single one of every year. And so our funding plans will reflect that fiscal year. So, and then we've got another one that's come in from Tom Mack. What sessions will discuss rail applications such as locomotives? Great question, Tom. That will be this afternoon. We'll be talking about all of our heavy duty incentives after the lunch break. And if you refer back to the agenda that is in the earlier slides, they're available and posted online. We can actually, Darren, if you wouldn't mind, we can go back to the agenda really quick so folks can see that. You can get a sense of general timing. And then another question from Amanda Marino. Again, will the PowerPoint presentation be sent to participants? It won't be sent. Tab is responding with a link to the PowerPoint presentation and the page where the slides and the draft funding plan are posted.
Okay, we have a question from Linda Hutchins-Knowles. Linda, you may unmute your mic, state your name and affiliation.
Yes, good morning. My name is Linda Hutchins-Knowles. I'm the E-Mobility and Advocacy Senior Manager with ACTERA, Action for a Healthy Planet, a Bay Area nonprofit since 1970. My question relates to your funding. I'm sorry I joined this meeting a little late, so maybe you covered this, but I wanted to see if I could understand if you are going to be supporting funding for the installation of EV charging equipment or receptacles in multifamily housing. In order to achieve the state's goals for ZEV adoption, it's essential that apartment and condo residents have an affordable, safe, reliable place to charge, and that's at home. Public charging, as you know, is unregulated, unreliable, and at times unsafe. And so this is an essential area for California to support apartments and condos residents to get EV ready charging. Is there funding allocated for that in your budget or in the state's budget? Could you talk about that?
Yeah, of course. That's a great question, Linda, and thank you. Yeah, some of our existing clean mobility projects do provide funding for charging. An example of it would be our community car share program that we have here in Sacramento. I believe that the charging stations were included at some of the housing sites where the mobility projects are implemented. And so we do plan to continue, funding those types of projects.
To build upon that as well, the bulk of the state's funding identified within the state budget specifically for multifamily dwelling and other public charging typically is funded through the California Energy Commission. They have traditionally funded the majority and the bulk of infrastructure. So the type of infrastructure we would fund is specifically tied to vehicle deployment projects. Their funding, however, is just for infrastructure. And so the bulk of what you'd probably be looking for to participate in are the workshops that they hold. And we're happy to provide a link to that information as well. And I can do that in the chat.
Okay, thank you for your comment.
Do we have any other raised hands?
Not that I'm seeing.
Okay, so let's go ahead and move on to the next portion of today's workshop. So we will now begin our discussion on the long-term plans for light-duty vehicle and clean transportation equity investments. I'd like to introduce Raquel Leon, who will present the light-duty vehicle purchase incentives long-term plan, and Ashley Giorgio, who will then present the clean transportation and equity investments portion of the long-term plan. Raquel?
Good morning. First, I'd like to start off by covering some background information on the legislative requirements for the long-term plan and what information the plan includes. SB 1275, in addition to other items, required Carb to include a long-term plan for CVRP and related programs in the 2016-17 funding plan, and to update it every 3 years through January 1st, 2023. While Carb staff have re-examined funding need forecasts every year since fiscal year 16-17 in each annual funding plan, this year we are providing the second major update to the plan that will cover the timeframe of July 1st, 2022 through June 30th, 2025. As part of the long-term plan, staff must include a 3-year forecast of funding needs to support the goals of technology advancement, market readiness, and to increase consumer acceptance of zero-emission vehicles. The second element of the plan is a market and technology assessment for each vehicle technology to inform the appropriate funding level, incentive type, and incentive amount moving forward. The long-term plan also requires an assessment of when a self-sustaining market is expected and how existing incentives may be modified to reflect changes in future market conditions. In addition, the supplemental report of the 2018-19 Budget Act requires Carb to update the CVRP forecast annually until January 1st, 2030, and as part of the forecast, include the total state rebate investment necessary to facilitate reaching the goal of placing in service at least 5 million zero-emission vehicles by January 1st, 2030. As both of these efforts require similar components, we have chosen to cover both of these required reports through the same process. This year's major update will also include a separate but related effort to update the long-term plan for clean mobility equity investments. This year, the first half of the 3-year plan for light-duty ZEV purchase incentives will cover an update on California's new and used ZEV market and a longer-term plan for Carb's ZEV purchase incentive programs, which include CVRP, Clean Cars for All, financing assistance, and Access Clean California. As consumer purchase incentives for electric bicycles is an up-and-coming effort, we will include more detailed information on e-bikes in future updates to the plan. Staff is utilizing this effort to update the long-term plan to take a deeper look into vehicle purchase incentives to see how we can improve not only implementation, but more importantly, access to these incentives. Staff held the first workshop on February 10th of this year, which covered updates on the ZEV market in California and technology types. The second workshop for this effort was held on March 30th and focused on building and supporting a sustainable and equitable ZEV market. A third workshop was held on June 22nd of this year and focused on increasing partnerships with community-based organizations and various grassroots efforts to increase outreach of and access to incentives in priority populations. Staff also provided an update on Access Clean California and discussed the longer-term vision for Carb's light-duty ZEV purchase incentives and how they can be re-envisioned to better support our various vehicle deployment, climate, and equity goals while improving the overall consumer experience. Staff also held various program-specific work groups in order to do a deeper dive on critical program changes that may be needed in support of this 3-year plan and fiscal year 2022-23 funding plan development. These changes include refinements to programs to improve consumer experience, increasing incentive amounts in response to stakeholder feedback and market data, increasing support for used electric vehicles without requiring a scrap component, increasing outreach to community-based and grassroots organizations, and expanding support for electric bicycles.
Clean mobility investments in the long-term plan include existing projects such as the Clean Mobility Options Voucher pilot program and regional clean mobility or legacy projects, as well as clean mobility in schools and the Sustainable Transportation Equity Project, in addition to innovative ideas to address community-identified needs such as planning and capacity building. These programs have been developed to move forward collectively and increasing clean transportation access and provide tailored options that address the most critical mobility barriers, reduce emissions, as well as personal vehicle use in support of sustainable community strategy implementation. Carb has been implementing different clean mobility approaches rather than one singular program to determine what works well and where further investments should be made. Carb is proposing to fund community-led planning and capacity building projects that build from lessons learned implementing these programs, and also channel communities to the right incentive opportunities, as well as provide comprehensive technical assistance. Clean mobility investments have been discussed through the long-term plan process to determine proposed funding splits, project demand as well, and other critical community considerations as we move forward. To date, Carb has held 3 public work group meetings focused on soliciting stakeholder input on these topics from February to June of this year. Carb is currently considering all the feedback to date, including on our other programs, as well as specific needs within the community that have been identified to allow for a smooth transition from pilot projects to community-based programs. Carb is working to improve clean mobility investments for the communities that we serve. This includes more directly addressing the greatest mobility needs and filling gaps based on demographics of low-income and disadvantaged communities currently underserved by our investments. This also includes taking lessons from implementing projects and assessing the data for community participation to determine what more can be done to meet needs, as well as exploring where there's a need for policy changes to reach more communities, and what can be done, for example, to streamline and improve the application process, which has been an incredible challenge, especially for smaller communities and organizations. Methods of measuring socioeconomic benefits and improvements in clean mobility access and quality of life are being refined to allow for more robust data collection and transparent reporting over time in future funding plans. We are taking a closer look at the local level efforts of Senate Bill 375, identifying what mechanisms we have to support the reductions in vehicle miles traveled to build a more sustainable transportation system. In order to forge a strong path forward for our clean mobility investments, Carb continues to refine project evaluation, including the data collected from participants and the overall process based on third-party contracts in an effort to closely review programs. Data analysis is also key. The goal is to build a more comprehensive understanding of the communities that are benefiting from clean mobility investments. We also want to find new and innovative ways to streamline access to and benefits from community-based programs, including the application process, as I just mentioned, where it's feasible, and program requirements as well. Staff are continuing to spur dialogue with state, local, and community stakeholders on how we can build a flexible, community-based planning and capacity building program that works to address lessons learned and broader clean mobility needs identified through the implementation process.
Great, thank you, Ashley and Raquel. And with that, we will open the floor up again for a short discussion period for questions. If you'd like to make a comment or ask a question, please use the webinar feature to raise your hand. And again, for those using Zoom online, please click on the raised hand option on the Zoom navigation bar under Participants tab. For those using Zoom on a mobile application, please click on the raised hand option in the More tab. For those who are participating by telephone, please be sure to press #2 and we will call on you accordingly. Once your line is open, you can begin to speak. Please state your name and affiliation first before providing a comment or asking a question. You may also type your question in the question and answers box. We will alternate between taking verbal questions and reading and responding to those in the Q&A box. Lisa?
Thank you, Grace.
Give folks about one more minute to see if there are any clarifying questions. And if not, we can move on to the next section.
We have a hand. Ladonna Williams, please unmute yourself, state your name and affiliation.
Yes, good morning. Ladonna Williams, All Positives Possible. I just wanted to say to you guys this morning, I actually am really impressed with the information. I got a chance to go over it in advance, and it really does look like you incorporated our concerns, making it a lot, well, I don't know if it's a lot easier to understand, but it definitely is easier to understand some of the information, putting it together, it's starting to make sense. And so I wanted to compliment you guys on the efforts that you did make in doing this. Also, for this workshop, are you making certificates available for those of us that request them? Thank you.
Ladonna, what do you mean by certificates?
So, I realize maybe not in this process, we haven't been provided them, but in other workshops and trainings that we've attended, we have received certificates for our participation. And I realize we may not have requested it from the Clean Transportation, but it was a program that Mr. Corey had put in place. I know he's retired now, but they had made certificates available for it. So if they haven't through this process, I would like to request that they do be made available if it's possible.
That's a really great suggestion, Ladonna. I actually wasn't aware of that. What we typically do for these programs is we hold the workshops. They're open to the public, for anybody to attend. And we haven't ever really provided anything like that before, but I'm absolutely open to that. And that's something that we'll look into and can definitely follow up with you and make that available if that's something that is helpful to you, for sure.
Yeah, it absolutely is. And especially for, the folks that we serve, they want to know, well, where did you get this knowledge and how do you guys, know about these programs? And it really does help when we have the certificates. It just, it just authenticates that we have engaged in these processes.
Yeah, absolutely. And, one new thing that participants will see today is at the end of the Zoom webinar, we did set up a very short survey just to kind of get your feedback on whether or not you had an opportunity to review materials in advance, if the timing of the workshop was helpful, things like that. And I'll look into seeing if we can find a way to also incorporate a certificate that comes along with it. So thank you for flagging that. That's very helpful.
Okay, and I was going to say, if it's any help, I know in the past I've worked with Amanda, I believe her last name is Anderson, because I know she was part of the listening sessions and part of that process when we did it. God, time is flying. Either a year ago or might have been 2 years ago, somewhere in there. But anyway, thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you for your comment.
I've got several questions that have come in the Q&A box as well. One from David Blackman regarding how to request a stakeholder meeting. Stakeholder meetings can be requested. Just send us an email. And our information is on these slides, and we will have a contact slide at the very end that has all of our information on it. So you'll be able to reach out to whoever that you're interested in talking with based on their program subject area. You can always reach out to Grace or myself. And I will also respond in the chat with mine and Grace's email addresses in a moment so that you have those that way as well. And then another question from Michael Sigala. And it looks like Tab wants to answer this one. So Tab, I'll hand it over to you.
Great. So Michael Sigala asked a question. Can you expand on the capacity building resources? Would they be grants, loans? Who would be eligible to apply? And we've been thinking a lot about technical assistance and capacity building, and I think they could be a combination of any of those. In particular, a lot of times folks are looking for assistance in applying for solicitations or funding opportunities. We've been thinking about resources that are needed to help communities build capacity at the smaller CBO level, but also being able to connect to local governments. Project development, whether it's pulling together the right partners or going through the necessary planning processes. It could be funding that would help do any of those types of things. So we're thinking very broadly about the different types of resources that are needed. And if you have any suggestions that you would like for us to consider, please type that in or let us know, and we can add that to our list of ideas. So.
And one addition as well, Michael, thank you so much for the comment, would be when we talk about our clean mobility investments a little bit later in the presentation, we will provide a little bit more detail about what we're thinking for planning and capacity building. So definitely stay tuned, and we welcome any additional comments or feedback as we think through the potential mechanisms for funding these types of projects. Thank you.
Do we have any other raised hands, Lisa?
Not that I can see.
Okay, so let's go ahead and move on to our next agenda item. So we'll now provide an update on our light duty and clean transportation equity projects, beginning with the vehicle purchase incentive projects. I'd like to reintroduce Raquel Leon, who's the lead over the Clean Vehicle Rebate Project, Ali Kuastani, lead over the Financing Assistance Program, Anthony Poggi, lead over the Clean Cars for All program, Aria Berliner, lead over the Electric Bicycle Incentives Project, Nick Narenberg, lead over the Access Clean California project, and back to Raquel to round out the vehicle purchase incentives section with the California Integrated Travel Project, or CAL-ITP. Raquel?
Thanks, Grace. So Carb's clean transportation, equity, and light duty vehicle investments are aimed at supporting the long-term transformation of California's fleet and ensuring that this transformation occurs in an equitable manner. The investments include vehicle purchase incentives and clean mobility investments, both of which incorporate and are supported by outreach, technical assistance, and workforce training and development. Starting in 2009, CVRP laid the initial foundation for vehicle purchase incentives, and Carb began implementing clean mobility projects in fiscal year 2014-15, which provided a critical complement to and expanded upon these initial investments through providing alternative community mobility options. Together, these investment strategies work to meet policy, statutory, and regulatory goals and requirements and support an equitable transition to a clean transportation future. The goals of these efforts are to achieve GHG reductions and improve air quality, support the long-term equitable transformation of California's fleet and accelerate ZEV deployment, bring ZEVs and clean mobility options to priority populations, and support complementary community protection efforts. Here we've highlighted some key areas where our light duty vehicle purchase incentive programs have been successful in supporting healthy communities, clean air goals, and growing the green economy in California. Our vehicle purchase incentive programs have provided over $400 million, or over 32% of vehicle purchase incentive funds, to support clean vehicle purchases benefiting priority populations. CVRP has also provided over $2.9 million in funds to support over 700 light-duty electric vehicles for public fleets operating in disadvantaged communities. Carb's light-duty vehicle purchase incentive programs have also resulted in the reduction of over 9.6 million metric tons of carbon dioxide equivalent and over 48 million gallons of fuel use avoided. Over $1.2 billion in vehicle purchase incentive funds have supported the purchase of over 475,000 clean vehicles since 2010. And lastly, roughly 42% of the over 1.1 million light-duty electric vehicles sold in California have been supported by Carb's vehicle purchase incentive programs. In the next two slides, staff has laid out proposed funding splits for light-duty vehicle purchase incentive programs and clean mobility investments based on budget allocations proposed in the governor's May revise. The May revise included $430 million in general funds and an additional $76 million from the Low Carbon Transportation Fund for equity vehicle purchase incentive programs. This includes at least $250 million to establish Clean Cars for All statewide, at least $50 million for the district-run Clean Cars for All programs, at least $100 million for statewide financing assistance, and at least $15 million for the new electric bicycles incentive program. Staff also proposes to use a portion of the total allocation to fund equity vehicle purchase incentive outreach efforts through Access Clean California and to provide support for the California State Transportation Agency and its partners, the California Department of Transportation, on the California Integrated Travel Project, or CAL-ITP. Any remaining funding will be held as a reserve to fund projects that most need funding to remain open. The table on this slide outlines the proposed allocations for each vehicle purchase incentive program, considering current project demand and uptake, administrator capacity to spend funds, and funding that has already been allocated in past years but not spent. Carb staff considered stakeholder comments received through the public process and prioritized investments that can result in the most immediate impact in communities. As a note, only 75% of the $76 million of low carbon transportation funding can be spent initially, with the remaining 25% available after the fourth cap and trade auction of the fiscal year and direction from the Department of Finance. As such, staff is proposing to hold back $11 million in reserve funding and $8 million from the $60 million in low carbon transportation funding for Clean Cars for All district programs until the fourth cap and trade auction of the fiscal year. And as noted on the slide, the general fund appropriations included in the May revise have been deferred by the legislature. As final budget appropriations won't likely match what was included in the May revise, staff will adjust amounts upon final appropriation and hold a work group to discuss the final numbers with stakeholders. The May revise also included $419 million in general funds for clean transportation equity projects, with at least $110 million earmarked for the clean mobility options and at least $122 million for clean mobility in schools. Similar to the last slide, this table outlines the proposed allocations for each clean mobility project, considering current project demand and uptake, administrator capacity to spend funds, and funding that has already been allocated in past years but not spent. Carb staff considers stakeholder comments received through the public process and prioritize investments that can result in the most immediate impact in communities. A separate category is listed for planning and capacity building on this table. Past funds for outreach, community transportation needs assessments, and technical assistance have all gone through Access Clean California or Carb's clean mobility pilots. This year, Carb is setting aside specific planning and capacity building grant funding to support dedicated outreach, ongoing technical assistance, community capacity building, workforce training and development, and other critical clean mobility investment needs. Additionally, further investment to expand workforce training and development in communities will go through Carb's vehicle purchase incentives, clean mobility, planning and capacity building programs this year. To more fully support economic opportunities across clean transportation sectors and to maximize benefits for priority populations, Carb's workforce investments go beyond light duty vehicles and the ZEV market to include medium and heavy duty applications, including the inclusive, diverse, equitable, accessible, and local ZEV workforce pilot projects. Also, as similarly noted on the previous slide, the general fund appropriations included in the May revise have been deferred by the legislature, and staff will adjust amounts upon final appropriation and hold a work group to discuss the final numbers with stakeholders. Now that we have covered some background on our light duty vehicle and clean mobility efforts, we're going to take a deeper dive into our various programs to discuss updates and staff's draft proposal for fiscal year 2022-23. First, we'll start off with Carb's light duty vehicle purchase incentives. Our suite of vehicle purchase incentives includes the Clean Vehicle Rebate Project, or CVRP, which provides rebates for the purchase or lease of new eligible EVs. Clean Cars for All, which provides incentives to replace older vehicles with cleaner vehicles in certain air districts. Financing Assistance, which provides lower interest rate loans and grants to lower income individuals to purchase cleaner vehicles. The Electric Bicycle Incentive Project, which provides incentives for the purchase of electric bikes. And Access Clean California, that helps streamline access to clean transportation and energy consumer-based equity projects. CVRP, which promotes clean vehicle adoption in California, offers rebates of up to $7,000 for the purchase or lease of new eligible zero-emission vehicles, including electric, plug-in hybrid electric, and fuel cell vehicles. Through December of 2021, CVRP has issued over 460,000 rebates, totaling nearly $1.1 billion, with a breakdown shown on the slide by rebate type. Last year, CVRP received a total allocation of $525 million, with $10 million of the allocation earmarked for the creation of an electric bicycle incentive program, and the remaining $515 million for CVRP, with the intent to fund the program through the 2023-24 fiscal year. As of earlier this month, there is just over $350 million of this allocation remaining. A plan of phased-in changes was approved by the board last November, and the first set of changes took effect last month. Those changes included a decrease in the income cap for standard rebate eligibility and a decrease in the MSRP cap to $45,000 for smaller vehicle classes. Updated funding projections presented at a February work group indicated that the multi-year allocation will last the entire 3-year period covered based on the current program design, without including the second set of changes that is tentatively slated to go into effect next year. Additional information on these changes and updated projections can be found on the CVRP website. While the board has approved the second set of changes planned for next year, staff has spent time over the last 6 months to meet with stakeholders and analyze whether those changes are indeed needed to keep the program open through fiscal year 23-24, and if any amendments need to be made to the plan. Shortly after the first phase of changes were implemented, Tesla increased the base MSRP of the Model 3 and Model Y, 2 of the most popular EVs on the market, putting both those vehicles over CVRP's MSRP cap and removing them from eligibility. Tesla vehicles' popularity and availability have made them to date a majority of all BEVs sold in California and an equally large share of CVRP rebates issued, though many other OEMs are now entering the market with affordable models. Due to the removal of the Tesla Model 3 and Model Y from CVRP eligibility, staff anticipate a significant near-term decrease in program demand in the upcoming months, but anticipate a significant rebound in this demand as additional EV models enter the market. Staff worked with the Center for Sustainable Energy, who is the CVRP administrator, to update funding need projections through fiscal year 23-24 based on this recent development. An update was provided at a public work group in May with the anticipated partial program demand averaging from $36 million to $171 million through June 2024. These updated projections do not include upcoming ZEV model releases, which we know there will be many in the next couple of years. Based on projections, we will not only be able to shift the program's focus to consumers who need the most assistance, but also indicates that we will have sufficient funding to support these upcoming ZEV model releases. The data presented at this work group also indicated that while the removal of Tesla vehicles from the program does impact CVRP funding projections, there's a very minimal impact to the overall ZEV market, and we are still on track to meet our next 2 ZEV deployment goals. This indicates that the first wave of EV adopters is well established and allows CVRP to pivot its focus to lower and moderate income car buyers who need additional support to make the switch to electric. When the board approved our plan of phased-in changes for CVRP in November of last year, it was with the stipulation that we continue to analyze the ZEV market and program demand and then update the plan as needed. So while CVRP is not receiving a new allocation in the upcoming fiscal year, staff is considering a number of possible program changes based on what we know about updated CVRP projections, updated ZEV market information, and discussions we've had with stakeholders. These considerations include, but are not limited to, deferring the second phase of changes planned for next year, increasing the rebate amount for lower income rebates, expanding pre-qualification statewide to allow lower income car buyers to apply the rebate in advance of their purchase so they could use the incentive at the point of purchase, and including a charge card with every rebate issued. As previously mentioned, CVRP received a substantial upfront allocation of $515 million through the Budget Act of 2021. This allocation is intended to fund CVRP through fiscal year 23-24, and therefore no additional funding is being allocated to the program this fiscal year. Instead, staff will use the fiscal year 22-23 funding plan to provide updated CVRP funding projections and recommended amendments to the plan of phase-in changes approved by the board last year.
Since 2015, under 2 pilot programs at regional and statewide level, the Financing Assistance Project has served low-income Californians with more than $34 million by providing clean vehicle purchase grants, charging grants, and securing low-interest loans. Due to increased demand and limited funds available, the statewide program has been closed with a reservation list since last year. Beneficial Estate Foundation has recently started serving applications on the reservation list. The local program is open and still serving Northern California counties, but is experiencing increased demand. The Financing Assistance Project has been refined multiple times based on the lessons learned of piloting these 2 programs to better serve low-income consumers. And this past year, staff have been working extensively with the stakeholders on developing the needs-based model in which applications are being prioritized based on their needs, not on a first-come, first-served basis. In addition, and to better align programs and reduce program complexities for consumers, we plan to hold a joint solicitation to select 1 program administrator to run a statewide Clean Cars for All and financing assistance this year. Staff anticipate to release the solicitation later this year once the fiscal year 2022-23 budget is finalized. As mentioned before, we have developed a framework of the needs-based model in close collaboration with stakeholders, and will implement this approach once we run the solicitation and have a grantee selected to run both a statewide CC4A and financing assistance programs. In the needs-based model, applicants that are very low income, live in disadvantaged communities, need financial education or counseling, and are enrolled in other low-income programs within the state known as categorical eligibility, will be identified as priority applicants. Once an applicant is identified as priority, funds will be reserved for them until they finish the application process, and additional support will be provided throughout the process as needed. 2/3 of project's resources will be allocated for priority applicants, and 1/3 will be allocated to other eligible applicants. In case of funding shortage or forthcoming closures, the program will be closed to non-priority groups first, with the goal to keep the program open year-round for priority applicants. Staff anticipate that based on the past project data analysis and modeling the needs-based model financing assistance project, demand is as high as $110 million for fiscal year 2022-23.
Clean Cars for All is administered through participating air districts and focuses on providing incentives to lower-income California drivers to scrap their older, higher polluting car and replace it with a zero or near zero emission vehicle. Opportunities for participants to take advantage of alternative mobility options and charging incentives are also included. To date, over $190 million has been allocated to the Clean Cars for All program. The program has funded more than 12,000 vehicle replacement projects across 4 participating air districts, which include South Coast AQMD, San Joaquin APCD, Bay Area AQMD, and Sacramento Metropolitan AQMD. Currently, all 4 air districts with existing programs are open to new applications. San Diego Air District has been awarded funding to begin the implementation of their program. The staff proposal for the fiscal year 2022-23 funding plan includes improvements to the AB 630 report. Carb publishes the AB 630 report for each fiscal year. This report examines the program's performance, sets goals for the upcoming year, and informs other long-term planning efforts, including Carb's 3-year plan for light-duty ZEV purchase incentives. Beginning this year, the AB 630 report will be developed as part of the funding plan. Work groups will provide opportunities for stakeholders to provide input on the goals set for the program and guiding principles for funding allocations to ensure that Clean Cars for All is meeting the needs of communities, particularly as Carb looks to expand the program statewide. Included in the AB 630 report will be a joint effort with the districts and community members to develop an updated participant survey for the program. This survey will offer more consistency, which will provide more streamlined data collection, analysis, and identification of benefits or areas for improvement. The focus of this improved survey is to better identify additional socioeconomic benefits and areas of improvement for the Clean Cars for All program. The May revised budget allocates general funds and low carbon transportation funds to Clean Cars for All. Staff recommends an allocation of $110 million, $60 million from GGRF and $50 from the general fund to the district programs, and $250 million from the general fund for the statewide program. The joint solicitation for a statewide program administrator is expected to occur in late summer and will be a joint solicitation with the financing assistance program. The statewide program will be available to lower income residents in all areas of California that are currently ineligible for the program, but it will prioritize applicants using factors such as income and disadvantaged community status in order to focus the benefits on those with the greatest need.
The Electric Bicycle Incentives Project, or EBIP, was established as part of the fiscal year 21-22 funding plan. To date, EBIP has been allocated $10 million. The solicitation for a program administrator opened on April 4th, 2022, and closed on May 11th, 2022. Carb has preliminarily selected an administrator, but before announcing the winner, we are working with the potential grantee to ensure the grant is executed and partnerships remain secured. We expect to announce the solicitation winner soon. In the meantime, we will have a project design work group sometime in late August or early September, and we expect a consumer-facing project to launch by early 2023. Staff is working to fine-tune the key policy recommendations for the program, including limiting the price of eligible e-bikes, limiting the type of eligible e-bikes, and possibly offering 2 income-based incentive levels in order to launch the program. And we plan to update the board on these policies in the funding plan. Upcoming program design work groups will aim to seek feedback on specific details associated with these recommendations and others while we work with the administrator to get the necessary platforms in place to be able to open the program to patiently waiting consumers. Additionally, based on the proposed budget, staff expects this project could receive up to $15 million in the upcoming budget, which will provide the project with a strong foundation upon launch.
Beginning as a priority recommendation of both the Energy Commission's SB 350 Low Income Barrier Study and Carb's SB 350 guidance document, Access Clean California takes a multidimensional approach to outreach with the ultimate goal of streamlining access to and coordinating outreach for the state's clean transportation and clean energy consumer-based equity projects. While a long-term goal for Access Clean California is to be a multi-agency platform, in the near term, the pilot project focuses on Carb's clean vehicle purchase incentive projects, including Clean Cars for All, the financing assistance projects, and CVRP, as well as other programs already built into Access Clean California, like the Public Utility Commission's low-income solar program. So far, Carb has allocated $14 million to Access Clean California, starting with a $5 million Volkswagen settlement funding in fiscal year 17-18 to initiate development of the project. Carb allocated additional funding in fiscal year 19-20, $5 million, and fiscal year 21-22, $4 million. The grant for the fiscal year 21-22 allocation was executed in April of this year. So far, Carb has spent around $9 million of this funding on developing and supporting two major components of the project: streamlining the application process via a centralized application web tool, which we call the Benefits Finder, and building and supporting a network of outreach partners to help coordinate community outreach. Carb is working with the grantee, Grid Alternatives, to further refine the Benefits Finder and expand the outreach partner network to ensure the most impacted and marginalized communities are included. Carb staff is considering a draft allocation of $5 million to continue scaling up implementation of Access Clean California, expanding the network of outreach partners, and filling outreach gaps with targeted outreach in priority communities across the state. These efforts continue to ensure Carb is raising awareness and providing effective outreach in priority communities through trusted outreach partners, with a particular emphasis on targeting and increasing participation via the Benefits Finder from communities who face the greatest barriers and are underrepresented in participation data to date. The draft funding allocation would also support developing a pathway for any interested applicant to access the Benefits Finder as a complement to the project's existing case management and more targeted facilitated use model. While the project would continue to emphasize outreach in underrepresented communities, the new pathway would allow the Access Clean California Benefits Finder to help a broader audience. The draft allocation would also be used to continue leveraging Access Clean California to improve community engagement and facilitate community input and feedback on Carb's incentive programs and regulations. And finally, I'd like to point out that since we already have 3 fiscal years of funding allocated, this draft funding allocation would need to be awarded via competitive solicitation.
The payment issuance strategy and demonstrations currently being developed by the California Integrated Travel Project, or CAL-ITP, is an effort by the California State Transportation Agency, Caltrans, and other partners. Specifically, this project seeks to ensure that any transit customer, and specifically underbanked and unbanked customers, can easily pay for transit by accepting Europay, MasterCard, and Visa open loop payments. Payment issuance strategies and associated demonstrations are currently underway with Monterey Salinas Transit, Sacramento Regional Transit, and Santa Barbara Metropolitan Transit District. Additional demonstrations are in the works, and staff will provide a more in-depth update in the final funding plan. As this effort will support various projects across Carb's light-duty vehicle incentive projects, staff is proposing to allocate $5 million towards the CAL-ITP Payment Issuance Strategy and Demonstrations Project. By allocating funds to support this effort, it can expand to include EV charging and other mobility options such as car sharing, bike, and scooter sharing. This project will use demonstration projects to enable seamless payment issuance to provide proof of concept in California, and will provide research, data, and lessons learned for CAL-ITP and Carb to improve the travel experience with implementing scalable solutions. With the payment acceptance demonstrations underway, as well as the completion of the payment acceptance master service agreements in the California Mobility Marketplace, the payment issuance work task can move from theoretical to reality to assess costs and benefits associated with these solutions for customers, transit operators, and other mobility partners in California.
Great, thank you, Vehicle Purchase Incentive team. So with that, we're going to open the floor up again for a short discussion period for questions. On this portion of the workshop, if you would like to make a comment or ask a question, please use the webinar feature to raise your hand. And again, for those online, please click on the raised hand option on the Zoom navigation bar under the Participants tab. For those on the mobile application, please use the raise hand option in the More tab. And for those who are on the telephone, please be sure to press #2 and we will call on you accordingly. Once your line's open, you can begin to speak. Please remember to unmute yourself and state your name and affiliation before providing a comment or asking a question. And you may also use the question and answers box to type your question in, and we'll alternate between taking verbal questions and reading and responding to those in the Q&A box. So I'm hand it off to Lisa. If we have any raised hands.
4.
Perfect.
Christian Corby, you can unmute yourself, state your name and your affiliation.
Hello, yes, my name is Christian Corby, and I'm the Deputy Executive Director at the California Electric Transportation Coalition, otherwise known as CALETC. I want to thank Carb staff for this presentation and for hosting the workshop. I've gotten to review the draft plan, and we always really appreciate all the hard work that goes into all these programs and the analysis that you do. So I want to start off with just stating our main recommendation, which you've all heard. We're still advocating for returning the income caps to the previous levels, so the pre-February 2022 levels. We think the current income caps are too restrictive and really exclude a large section of the middle class that really helps drive purchases of new electric vehicles. We're not talking about major changes, just restoring what was the previous income caps. One thing to note is that on page 35, it suggests that Table 7 reflects what the legislature directed Carb to change the income cap levels to in SB 859. However, the income caps in Table 7 are lower than what's in SB 859. So just a recommendation to remove that. We want, our recommendation is to make the income caps consistent with what the legislature put in place. And restoring those caps to the pre-February 2022 levels. We also would greatly appreciate if Carb would list our recommendation on page 40. We thought the staff had agreed to list that. But it looks like you're only considering not further decreasing the income caps. But we'd like to include at least the consideration of restoring the pre-February 2022 levels. Carb staff and CSE has considered it and run some analysis on it, as we saw in the last workshop on just this past month. And just to kind of return to that workshop for a second, CSE put together a really good analysis that compared a few different scenarios. One that actually included restoring the income caps, increasing the low and middle income rebate, and going for rebate now, and found that the funding demand would be at about $124 million annually. That annual demand would create the largest amount of rebates, and it would still fit within what the current funding or what the remaining funding looks like, at least through 2024. So I think that seems like a really effective way of using the remaining funding for CVRP and still not only allowing a larger segment of the market to access these rebates, but then also being able to increase the low income rebate to a place where it could be even more effective for low income and equity communities. We heard at that workshop that from one of our equity community members that a rebate or a total rebate of around $15,000 is probably closer to what folks really need in order to get into a new electric vehicle. So I think consideration of raising that rebate, but still being able to restore the income caps is a really effective way of being able to kind of provide better incentives for a larger segment, which, I mean, we're really talking about middle income and low income people, which is what we appreciate what CVRP is trying to target. So yeah, thank you for your time and attention and consideration of our recommendations.
Thank you for your comment. Bob McBride. Go ahead and unmute yourself, state your name and affiliation.
Okay. Hello. Can you hear me?
I can.
Oh, very good. Bob McBride. I work at the Energy Commission, but this is a private citizen comment, nothing official about it. I'm glad to see movement toward e-bike incentives. But I have some comments. The proposal is to cap the price of the e-bike. Now, there are two problems with that. One is, like electric vehicles, e-bikes are priced in part as a function of their range. So if you're trying to get cars off the road and replace cars with commuter e-bikes, you're capping the range in this fashion. Not a good idea. Second, the types of e-bikes that make sense to incentivize would be the types of e-bikes people would use to replace car trips. That would be commuter e-bikes and cargo e-bikes. Cargo e-bikes in particular are kind of pricey. However, they do things that minivans do. And I just like you to consider those things and look at those corners of the market when you're drafting the incentive program. That's it.
Thank you for your comment.
Lisa, I would actually like to address Bob real quick. Hi, Bob. My name is Aria. I'm the lead staff for the e-bike project. So one of the reasons why we are suggesting or recommending that we cap the bike price is based on feedback that we've received at earlier work groups for this project. And if you are concerned, which it sounds like you are, we will have future work groups where we can work on this issue and others that are similar to it. So thank you so much for your feedback.
Okay, next we have Ladonna Williams. Unmute yourself, state your name and affiliation.
Ladonna Williams, all positives possible. My question is, I guess for Nicholas, with the Access Clean Cars. It said there was a $5 million, I guess that's budgeted. And I hate to use the word assuming. That is for California, if I'm not mistaken, right? And if so, it just makes me wonder how much of a commitment does Carb really have for that? When you mentioned the benefits finder, it's pretty much targeted, or at least a portion of it is definitely for more disadvantaged, lower income folks. And when we look at this large budget in the 100 millions, and I think when we really combine it, we're looking at what billions of dollars into this transportation, yet $5 million is designated for this program. It doesn't appear to be very much of a commitment with that small of a budget. So I was just wondering, how did you guys come up with that? And also if you are planning on increasing the budget for this.
Hi, Ladonna, thank you very much. I think that's an excellent question. And yeah, just to be clear, that's our draft allocation of $5 million for this funding year. And I'll say the reason we chose $5 million is based on sort of our experience to date, what we've been able to use with similar amounts of funding, basically every other funding year since we first started funding. And that supported building the outreach partner network. That's most of it's kind of, almost half of it goes to that. And then the rest has gone to, or a large portion of that has gone to developing the benefits finder, which is a tool that those outreach partners in our network can use to help streamline the application process. So that's how we kind of came up with the 5 million. That's what our draft allocation is for that, just to continue what we've done and continue making that happen. To your point, yeah, that's something that we certainly can consider, increasing the allocation. But we do also plan to, fund this project every year as an outreach project. I think what we were really interested in looking at right now is it's taken some years to develop the project, but we're in a really good spot and really interested in the coming fiscal year of ramping this up and getting more folks into it and expanding the use of it. And so I think seeing how that goes and how many folks we can get into it, may determine in future fiscal years, what the appropriate funding allocation is for at that point.
Okay. And I was just going to say, and I noticed you guys mentioned the same outreach partners, and I know this has been developing, so, I'll give you guys the benefit of the doubt. But again, I can't emphasize this enough, is the fact that, all of these years into this program, we thought it was 7, we checked more, it's more like 12, and folks were really trying to plan it. We got it. They were trying to pilot the projects and see how it works. And so I don't want to call it fake it till you make it, but in effect, you didn't have a model to follow. So you were developing it as you go along. I get it. However, those outreach partners did not reach the folks at a rate that it should have. So are they planning on also revisiting how they look at who these outreach partners are? I know the previous conversations and workshops and meetings, you said that you are, but I still hear the same folks who were originally part of this that did not reach the most vulnerable and most needy population. So I'm assuming this process is still open to more frontline community-based organizations who have those relationships and direct access to the folks that need it the most. But I can tell you just at first glance, and I appreciate you saying it, it's in draft, so that means it's not written in stone, but that $5 million budget definitely needs to increase. But we will be following up with you all on these, follow-up workshops and meetings as well. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Ladonna. You raised some excellent points, and I would just like to say that, and emphasize that, with this draft allocation, with the funding we have right now too that hasn't been spent, we're certainly looking to expand that outreach partner network with an emphasis on really getting it to the community level, community-based organizations, similar grassroots organizations, so that they, can become our outreach partners and take advantage of their expertise and trust in their communities and the ones we want to reach, while also looking at looking at gaps to in terms of outreach and participation to make sure we can target that well. But thank you very much for your comments. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Lisa, do you want to go to the Q&A box before we do the next 5 hands?
Yes, let me clear out a few really quick. I'm going to knock out a few and then Tab, I'll hand to you for the one you've got. From Susanna Saunders, what is the timeline for having rebates and incentives be at the point of sale and have one application for all incentives? So all of the light duty purchase incentive programs are at the point of sale, with the exception of the Clean Vehicle Rebate project, which was designed as a rebate on the back end. And we do have rebate now that we've incorporated in that program to bring it to point of sale. And one of the things we are talking about this year is taking that kind of more statewide. So there is more to come on that. We don't have a timeline for that just yet. But follow along with the Clean Vehicle Rebate project and we'll try to get you some more information there. And a single application, again, as we're working through with access, we are still working on developing that and don't have a timeline quite yet. Next question from Berethia Howard. People in some of the underserved areas I service were interested in car conversions. This was very popular many years ago. Can you speak on that possibility? These projects have typically funded new and used certified zero emission vehicles. We don't typically fund conversions in these programs, at least on the light duty side. Although I do understand that there is some interest in the conversion space. And so we're happy to talk about it, but right now it's not something that we have planned for. We do have a number of safety warranty issues and things like that. But again, more than happy to discuss it if you'd like to follow up. From Tejas Shankar, is the e-bike incentive program also open to bike sharing? Unfortunately, at this time, the e-bike program really is structured to be a purchase incentive program. However, we do fund bike sharing through our various mobility projects, and we'll be talking about that in the next section. From Susanna Saunders, as it's been discovered that part of the problems with all levels of EV charging is credit card payment. Has there been a discussion to go to smartphones or using RFID instead of credit cards? Susanna, great question. And one of the things that we are hoping to fund in our partnerships with the Cal ITP program is to find a way to support unbanked consumers and ensure that a consumer going to a charging facility can use whatever means they need to be able to make that payment. So yes, there are efforts underway to really make the technology useful across not just charging infrastructure, but also transit, car sharing, and things like that. And so that's what our hope is, to be able to support with the Cal ITP efforts. 2 questions from Ashley Goldlist. Do you have more information about the needs-based approval process for clean cars statewide? We have a few areas that are not recognized as DACs, but are 1550 communities. Yes, that's kind of a longer answer than I think I have time to give at the moment, Ashley, but the high level is that the way we envision a needs-based structure to work for both the statewide financing program and for a statewide Clean Cars for All program is that consumers that come in meeting specific eligibility criteria, like living in a disadvantaged community, meeting a lower income designation, would have priority and be reserved funding right away and offered all the assistance that they need to get through the process as quickly as possible. And those that meet the basic criteria, but not necessarily the priority criteria, would still have the ability to participate, but the funding wouldn't be reserved until they've been fully approved to participate in the program. So we are still working through that. There is still a public process underway in developing those programs, and happy to provide a link to our workshops page so that you can follow along and join our listserv for more information is available for those. And then your last question here was, are we aware of any fleet EV grants for government agencies besides CVRP? And unfortunately, no, CVRP is the only program that provides fleet and EV grants. The last one I'm going to address for now, and then I'm going to kick back to you, Lisa, is from Rocky Rushing. Statewide expansion for CC4A was amended out of the final budget bills. What is Carb's plan if the legislature does not provide additional funding for expansion? Great question, Rocky. Our understanding at this point is that what the legislature approved was a kind of holistic amount, and we are still waiting to see what the action is from the legislature regarding how the funds would be split among the purchase incentive programs and mobility projects. That said, we will adjust. We are still very hopeful to be able to develop and launch a statewide Clean Cars for All program for those folks that really have not been able to participate in it in the past, that don't live in one of the key air districts that run a program. But we will wait to see what's in the final budget, and we'll adjust from there. All right, Lisa, back to you for now.
Okay, we've got Annika Osborne. Annika, unmute your mic, state your name and affiliation.
Hi, my name is Annika Osborne, and I'm the Community Outreach and Program Director for Cool the Earth, an environmental nonprofit. We run the Ride and Drive Clean collaboration and facilitate EV and e-bike education programs for both the general population and for low-wealth communities in the Bay Area and beyond. I appreciate all your great work to ensure that every California resident can participate in the ZEV transition, especially those who are most impacted by poor air quality and climate change. So I'm thrilled that you're considering rebates for used EVs. With the current model, when you add up all of the incentives, the rebates may still not be enough for a new EV, since many of the prices of EVs are hovering around $40,000. Even with all the rebates available now, it's just not enough. And although I wish everyone could get a new EV, it's just not realistic. So I really feel like we need to incentivize the used market so that everyone can participate and be a part of, drive an EV or an e-bike. As I mentioned, earlier, so when you add up all these incentives, it's really not enough for most income qualifying consumers to buy a new EV. And since we are still in the early adoption phase of EVs, please consider increasing the income limit so that moderate and median income residents who might actually be able to afford a new EV, but need a little bit of extra incentive to make it happen, can actually qualify for this rebate. We also recommend that you restore, the former income caps to have a bigger impact. We need a big impact as quickly as possible here. With the transition to the statewide point of sale program, Rebate Now, I understand that only certain dealerships will be able to handle the CVRP rebate. Will these be the same dealerships that handle the California Clean Fuels Reward and the Clean Cars for All, CVAP, DCAP grants? If not, this program, which is meant to make things more streamlined, may actually become more complicated for the consumer. If we want to offer savings and an easy experience for consumers, I suggest that you align all of these three incentives programs so that they are offered by the same dealerships. If not, I'm imagining a Venn diagram with only some overlap among these three incentives programs. Finally, I deeply appreciate a statewide e-bike program to offset gas car driving like commuting, dropping off kids at school, and around town errands. E-bikes, including more costly but very functional cargo e-bikes, can make a really big difference. Thank you for all of your great work. Really appreciate being able to participate today.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Rabina Suwal. Please unmute yourself, state your name and affiliation.
Hi, good morning. My name is Rebate Sewell. I'm the Executive Director of California Safe Schools. We're a children's environmental health and environmental justice coalition. I want to begin by just supporting my colleague Ladonna Williams' comments earlier. And I also want to, before making the comment I'm about to make, is to, very much state I have no financial affiliation with manufacturers or dealerships. But I am wondering also about this, just suggested, I know we're all just talking about this, but the suggested incentive of $15,000, I don't know if the staff of Carb has had an opportunity to speak directly, just to sample some dealerships to find out about what the actual costs are. I can tell you from personal experience that leasing or purchasing which I have only leased, but leasing a hybrid or an electric vehicle, the insurance is much higher, and that's something folks should be aware of. And then with the interest rates rising, I think, I don't know for sure, but I would hope that there's more investigation by Carb on this, about the actual cost of purchasing a vehicle. And I understand that they're just recently, just before my speaking, there was a comment about used EVs. There are issues with those as well. And I think that there are costs involved and insurance that some may cover all of it, but I'm not sure. And so that may be an additional cost, especially in groups and organizations that I work with in communities. That may be a lot to bear. So I know that there's been a real effort to create an even playing field recently with these ability to apply for and receive funding on this program. And I understand you can't necessarily prioritize underserved communities, but I would certainly like to recommend that there be an even playing field for them to apply, which I don't know that has been the case recently. And then the very last comment is I hope that Beneficial Bank has now a functioning phone number. It's really unconscionable that they've received so many millions of dollars and they can't even seem to keep a phone running. So thank you so much.
Thank you for your comments. Roman Partida Lopez, please unmute your mic, state your name and affiliation.
Yeah, thank you. This is Roman Partida Lopez with the Green Lining Institute. Yeah, first off, I want to thank the Carb staff for putting the funding plan together. I know that's a pretty significant lift, and putting the slides together as well. Definitely one of my reoccurring comments recently has been, having slides beforehand, right, that can be reviewed by the public to be able to provide more meaningful feedback to during these work groups. So I appreciate those pieces. I will continue to provide a comment on that, right, and really thinking about procedural equity and what we have within these slides. I think there's good information on here, but there could be more, right? I think Raquel earlier on mentioned some of the monies that were being held back, and I was trying to jot them down, but not that you need to repeat them, Raquel, but that type of information I think is really important to also have in a slide that can be referenced back, especially as we think about doing advocacy to help secure more funds, or just to really have that information available when we think about how much money are available for a program or how much money Carb still has for the programs. So just wanted to share that piece. Specific to the various programs, I think when it comes to the Clean Vehicle Rebate Project, Green Lining is supportive of maintaining the existing changes that have been proposed for this year. So the income cap, and making sure that incentives are going to those that need them the most, even though we know that there isn't a lot of funding. So we want to make sure that that funding is targeted at those that will benefit the most from the incentive. Clean Cars for All, I think there was already a question around the kind of discrepancy between the May revise and what we have and what has been allocated. So I know there's still some outstanding questions, and that'll be revised once we get the new funding. But we are still supportive of if there is more funding, of prioritizing the funding for the existing programs, the 5 existing air districts, and then the remaining for the statewide expansion. We do want to see a statewide expansion, but for now, we want to continue to prioritize investments going to the existing air districts, because we know that those are targeted at low-income households in disadvantaged communities, which is a priority that we want to make sure that Carb continues to maintain it within this program. In regards to the statewide Clean Cars for All expansion, I didn't see this in here, but it's been part of previous work group discussions, right? And that one has DAC or disadvantaged communities as a strategy and not necessarily a requirement. And it's something that we want to continue to focus on, or that we want the program to focus on. To that point around statewide Clean Cars for All expansion, in the slide, it did mention that, or I forget who was, I think it's Anthony who mentioned that joint solicitation will be released later in the summer. And, in previous work groups, there's been a lot of feedback on that joint solicitation and the potential, complications with having a joint solicitation. So presenting it as a done deal, in a way feels that the feedback that's been provided by stakeholders isn't being taken into account. We hope that conversation remains open around whether it makes sense to have a joint solicitation between the two programs, the Clean Vehicle Assistance Program and the statewide Clean Cars for All, and not presenting it as a done deal, because then it seems really dismissive of all the comments that have been provided by stakeholders in previous work groups. Another comment that I have that I think would be really helpful to hear from Carb is around consumer protection requirements. I know consumer protection requirements are part of the programs, but it's not something that's always provided in these types of workshops or work groups. Given the fact that used vehicles are a lot more expensive right now, new EVs are also expensive. So how can we ensure that we're protecting the consumer in this process? And I would like to see more information provided on those specifics. And something that hasn't been part of these funding plans in some time, but I wanted to bring it up because I think it's an important component, is the Zero Emission Assurance Program, which was a bill a couple years ago to help replace batteries, essentially, right, in vehicles when needed. I know Carb had a small pilot program, and I think some of that has been on hold because of there hasn't been funding allocation. It was part of the discussion earlier on in this budget process. It hasn't shown up, but it'd be good to hear an update on that and to hear any lessons learned, right, as we prepare and as more folks are participating in these programs and are accessing used EVs, what the potential plan would be to help support those that might need battery replacement. And yeah, again, thank you for your time. And Greenlining, as well as the Charger Head Coalition, will be submitting a letter with additional comments.
Thanks, Ramon. I know we are just about out of time for this session. I know I'm going to let Lisa Jennings do one more hand, and then there is the comment that I had flagged for tab that I skipped over, and I apologize. Two things, though, I want to really very quickly address, Ramon, and with regard to your comments. First, on zero emission assurance program, yeah, we are continuing to do research and understand what's needed in that space, and that we are waiting on the legislature to act on. The way that the bill was written, it didn't identify that the legislature needed to allocate funds for it, and so that's what we're waiting on there. But then your comment regarding the joint solicitation for Clean Cars for All, statewide Clean Cars for All, and financing assistance. We've heard a lot of feedback from a lot of participants, or I'm sorry, a lot of stakeholders that has been mixed. And so I recognize there are some stakeholders that don't appreciate that approach and would like us to think through whether or not that is the right approach. We have heard from several others that they think that's a great way to start to streamline the programs and bring the administration of the programs together to make them, to really start to address the confusion and our ability to get the incentives out there faster. And so it is still very much an open conversation. We have not finalized that yet, and we'll be finalizing that through the work group process in the coming months. But again, the comments that we've heard have been very broad along that. And so we're definitely not trying to dismiss any comments that we've received to date on that topic. So Lisa, I'm gonna go ahead and kick it back to you for our last hand.
Okay, Christopher Chavez, please unmute your mic, state your name and affiliation.
Yes, thank you very much. This is Chris Chavez with Coalition for Clean Air. I'm going to keep my comments brief for sake of time and also being a bit under the weather. I want to agree with the comments that Roman made as far as making sure that we are building upon and investing on the current programs. Certainly, I also want to touch upon the role of disadvantaged communities. I appreciate that the current concept that Carb is looking at would prioritize disadvantaged community residents in the statewide process. However, we still have concerns about whether or not we would see the benefits towards disadvantaged communities getting diluted by going outside of those areas. The program was intended to focus in and really invest on the communities with the most amount of clean transportation barriers. And we want to see any expansion can be consistent with that goal and that effort. One other thing I wanted to point out, and something that needs to be addressed, is how this program will exist and alongside with the district-based programs that are currently in place. As has been mentioned, any zip code that's not currently included in the program, regardless of what district they're in, would be eligible under the expanded program. How that will work alongside the existing infrastructure, the existing community partnerships that are in place, I think that needs to be addressed in a way that doesn't disrupt those community partnerships, that doesn't disrupt the trust that has been built in those communities as it relates to Clean Cars for All. Regarding CVRP, I know that there's been a number of comments about rolling back the income caps. We would be leery of seeing those income caps being rolled back. Ultimately, again, we want to make sure that we're focusing our investments on those with the greatest barriers to clean transportation, and hope that all of California's programs targeting the light duty sector continue to focus on that. So just wanted to offer that perspective as well. But again, I think Roman articulated our comments and thoughts well. as well as not just for Coalition for Clean Air, but the Charge Ahead campaign, which is involved with the creation of these equity programs through the passage of SB 1275. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for your comments.
Okay, so I think we're going to transition to mobility, or Lisa, are there a few more?
Yeah, Tab, did you want to address the comment you had?
Okay.
Yes, thanks. We got a question from Shen Machiel. Is there someone or an office we can get help or guidance on applying for CARB funding, specifically state required compliance in a typical funding solicitation package? That could be CEQA or special accounting requirements. The short answer is yes. Depending upon what the program is or what the needs are for application, we have resources in place. I think the key would be to reach out to us. I'm going to put Moving California email address in the chat. We can follow up with a further conversation and connect you to the right people and resources for that. So thank you for that question.
And Grace, before you take the helm back, for those that have submitted questions in the Q&A that we have not gotten to yet, please do not worry. Before we break for lunch, I will blitz through the remainder that are in there. So know that I have your question and we will be addressing it shortly. All right, Grace.
Great. Thank you, Lisa. Okay, so we're now going to provide an update on our clean mobility projects and present staff's draft recommendations. I'd like to introduce Heather Choi, who's the lead over the Clean Mobility in Schools project, who will present the regional mobility projects, the Clean Mobility Options Voucher Pilot Project, the Clean Mobility in Schools project, and the Sustainable Transportation Equity Project. Violet Martin will present our planning and capacity building efforts, and Noemi Vitella will present our update on our workforce training and development program. Heather?
Hi. Yes, Carb has a suite of clean mobility investments underway and new concepts to account for lessons learned during project implementation. These investments are complementary and touch on the unique community needs of the state's priority populations. Carb's regional mobility projects began in fiscal year 2014 and 15 and 2016-17 and include car sharing, subsidized transit, mobility hubs, and other innovative mobility options in low-income and disadvantaged communities of Los Angeles, Sacramento, Bay Area, San Joaquin Valley, and Santa Cruz County. The Clean Mobility Options Voucher Pilot Program is a first-come, first-served voucher program focused on shared mobility services for smaller entities with limited resources and community transportation needs assessments through a statewide administrator approach. Clean Mobility in Schools is a competitive grant program focused on the clean transportation needs of K through 12 public school districts. STEP is a competitive grant program that aims to address residents' transportation needs and reduce VMT through larger scale projects focused on the community's transportation system. Planning and capacity building includes things like needs assessments, transportation-focused project planning, job assistance, and workforce development. CMO, Clean Mobility in Schools, STEP, and planning and capacity building will be the primary drivers and foundation as we move from pilots towards community-based programs. Carb is focused and working to improve our investments as they evolve, and these existing programs provide a good basis and starting point for that to happen. Clean mobility investments are multifaceted and include multiple goals and objectives to achieve the foundational desire for increased access to multiple cleaner options in priority populations. These objectives are intended to actively reflect concerns raised for how we make projects financially sustainable beyond the CARB funding provided, and prioritizing workforce training and development as a key equity principle in mobility investments. We also want to reflect on comments specific to prioritizing investments in Black communities, Asian American communities, and other communities of color, as well as tribal governments. We want to make sure our outreach strategies and methods of investment consider the needs of those most impacted and underrepresented. Clean mobility investments are intended to build upon lessons learned and complement one another in pursuit of equity goals. Each program serves a specific, unique purpose. One of the key recommendations we have heard is to streamline the mobility grant application process across programs and simplify it based on size and scope of projects. This will be a critical consideration. Documenting and sharing key lessons will continue to be part of Carb's process. One example of how this is happening is through the development of the Clean Mobility Equity Alliance, where current mobility project grantees, mobility practitioners, and others come together to share their experiences in implementing programs and provide new communities the opportunities to learn how clean mobility can meet their transportation needs. Carb seeks to balance investments geographically and find ways, even when we are moving ahead with existing projects, to ensure new communities can access funding. Even with more funding than in previous years, we will need to prioritize investments. Part of this will be more resources put into direct outreach and engagement in Black communities and communities of color and other impacted areas such as tribal and rural communities. Carb has been focused on developing metrics for success across mobility investments as a critical element of program evaluation, measuring equity outcomes, and increasing transparency through data reporting and sharing lessons learned across programs. These metrics, as discussed, are supporting healthy communities, increasing the affordability of transportation and mobility options, and supporting and growing the green economy. Since regional projects, CMO, Clean Mobility in Schools, and STEP started, we have reduced 2.7 million in net fossil fuel use, saved over $37 million in travel costs statewide, directly supported approximately 600 jobs, indirectly supported over 200 jobs, and over 350 induced jobs. Additional data as we measure socioeconomic benefits and project demand are anticipated as we move ahead in the funding plan process. This provides a critical snapshot, and we welcome additional ideas for the types of metrics that matter most in increasing access in priority populations.
So today I'll be sharing the initial findings of our clean mobility investment gap research. And our intent for the gap research is to use a data-driven approach in tandem with stakeholder engagement and recommendations to find meaningful ways to both identify gaps and refine our methodologies for identifying demographics in underserved communities. The programs in this analysis include the Clean Mobility Options Pilot Program, Clean Mobilities in Schools, STEP, and our regional mobility projects. So we're working to identify clean mobility investment gaps based on specific census tracts in Cal EnviroScreen 4.0 and AB 1550 designated census tracts as one critical mechanism of understanding where more focus, outreach, and planning may benefit communities not currently part of clean mobility investments. The clean mobility investment map shown here shows where our mobility investments are throughout California. Also shown here are the disadvantaged communities, which are represented in the diamonds, and low-income communities, which are represented in light gray throughout California. The project areas are the dark gray areas with diagonal lines. The intent here is to show the progress our clean mobility investments are making, and in addition to show where there are communities who can still benefit from our investments. I would also note that while it looks like we have covered a lot of ground, not all residents in the census tracts are able to use the mobility services. This could occur from proximity to the services or barriers such as, for example, unlicensed drivers that would like to use a share program. Next slide, please. One additional layer we've included in the analysis is working to identify clean mobility investment gaps based on census tract demographics. We want to understand the demographic makeup and who is likely to be using carb mobility services. We also want to understand where there may be communities who are not equitably able to access the services. At a high level, we've compiled the populations and demographics across all of our clean mobility investments. The figure shown here represents the percentage of a given demographic in our clean mobility service areas. Most notably, when compared against a California statewide demographics baseline, clean mobility investment user base has a higher population in Hispanic communities. That said, we are cognizant that service area and community does not necessarily mean all residents in the demographic category are receiving direct program benefits. We are continuing to work with project grantees to better understand where additional refinements should be made to improve our clean mobility investment funding methodology and serve additional residents. Next slide. All right, so staff are currently looking at ways to understand clean mobility demographics and geographic coverage on a more granular scale. This slide builds off the previous slide by breaking down the high-level demographics statewide into specific service areas. Moreover, this analysis also looks at the level of funding per service area. This allows us to account for issues like program overlap or higher and lower levels of investment in specific areas related to the demographic makeup. The following map on the left shows clean mobility service areas in relation to funding amounts. Darker areas are where there has been more funding per census tract. Lighter areas show less funding per census tract. The graph figure on the right represents different levels of funding on the horizontal axis and the demographic composition for a specific funding level. So for example, if we were to look at a funding level of 200,000 per census tract, we could see the demographic makeup on the graph here. The top line, the top dashed line represents Hispanic. The next dashed line represents white. Going below that is Asian, African American, and Pacific Islander. The intent, in addition to showing the geographic gaps we can see on the map, is to see if there are any demographic gaps within communities that we have already deployed clean mobility projects to. The top bar represents the total share of clean mobility funding. So for example, on the far right, the majority of funding has gone to larger scale mobility projects, where on the far left, those projects are typically our planning, our community needs assessments. Overall, across all of our clean mobility programs, we see relatively consistent results across the graph when compared to the previous slide, which were the high level results. I would note that we do see African American and Asian populations slightly tail off as we get into census tracts with more clean mobility funding. Of course, there are other methodologies for assessing the demographics of the mobility user base. One example of how we're expanding our analysis is that we are now requiring all mobility projects to survey users to help us better understand who is using the service. Historically, this has not been required across all projects. We are open to hearing your thoughts on ways to better identify gaps in communities who can benefit from our clean mobility investments. Next slide.
There we go. I had to find my unmute button. Now that we've discussed the methods of measuring program benefits and successes and evaluating Carb's path forward for clean mobility investments, we would like to cover staff's proposal for funding splits across project types. Based on a $419 million total budget included in the May revise to the 2022 state budget, staff is proposing $126 million for the CMO Voucher pilot program, $125 million for clean mobility in schools, $125 million for the Sustainable Transportation Equity Project, or STEP, and $43 million for planning and capacity building. When we presented this split in the work groups, we received a lot of positive feedback for the importance of funding all of these projects and still think an even split makes sense. Appropriations for clean mobility investments have been deferred by the legislature. Final appropriations may not reflect appropriations included in the May revise. Proposed funding splits would allow Carb to fund approximately 37 clean mobility options mobility project vouchers, 12 to 15 clean mobility in schools projects, about 12 to 15 STEP projects, and 75 to 180 planning and capacity building projects. This will depend on the requirements and the updated clean mobility in schools and STEP solicitations, as well as the desired format and funding mechanism for planning and capacity building. Now I will transition to an overview of Carb's regional clean mobility pilot projects. Regional projects have been a critical part of Carb's investment portfolio in priority communities since implementation began in fiscal year 2014-15. These investments include multiple innovative car sharing and mobility options projects and serve as a foundation for understanding the clean mobility landscape and investment opportunities in communities. Many projects have demonstrated to Carb that additional funding will be needed to support sustainability efforts, as well as to allow for services to be made available in the long term to avoid stranded assets. This is why staff is proposing $10 million of the $126 million for clean mobility projects to be dedicated to regional clean, This is why staff is proposing $10 million of the $126 million for clean mobility options projects be dedicated to regional clean mobility projects. Expansion funding will only be granted for those projects who apply through the CMO Voucher Pilot Program. Next slide. $23.9 million has been allocated to date for the 6 projects listed on the previous slide. $6 million has also been allocated to date for the agricultural worker van pools project, but this is no longer operational. Efforts are underway to maximize community benefits of these projects, though many require additional funding and Carb support to help become sustainable. This year is an exciting one for regional mobility projects. Final reporting is in progress, and for some projects, final reporting is in progress for some projects, which will provide critical lessons for future investments, including agricultural worker van pools and the ZEV mobility and ecosystem of shared mobility projects in the San Joaquin Valley. These grantee reports provide critical lessons Carb can apply across our suite of mobility investments, and especially for new solicitations that are forthcoming. Blue LA is kicking off its planned expansion this year to include an additional 100 electric vehicles for a total of 185 with 70 charging stations. This is one step towards the goal of 300 EVs by the end of the project. E-bikes are anticipated to be made available to complement car share and other mobility options in early 2023. Look out, LA. The car sharing and mobility hubs and affordable housing pilot project is anticipating to launch car share services in San Jose and Richmond by this fall, as well as a bike storage room to complement access to transit. Carb's more recent clean mobility programs that have built upon regional investments in Senate Bill 350 low-income barriers report recommendations include the Clean Mobility Options Voucher Pilot Program, Clean Mobility in Schools, and Sustainable Transportation Equity Project, which I will be discussing now. $55.2 million in low carbon transportation investments have been allocated to the statewide Clean Mobility Options Voucher Pilot Program. This includes $8 million in funding contributed through our partnership with the California Energy Commission and $10 million in funding from fiscal year 21-22 to amend the current grant agreement, which is currently underway. As a result of the first CMO application window in 2020, the program funded 20 clean shared mobility projects benefiting priority populations throughout California, as well as 24 community transportation needs assessments. The CMO administrator team also provides free, comprehensive, and continuous technical assistance to potential applicants and awardees throughout the pre-application, during the submission window, project implementation, and service operation. The minimum funding availability for the next round of mobility project applications is approximately $21 million, which includes secured funding from previous fiscal years, as well as the California Energy Commission leverage funding. Carb is currently analyzing the funding demand based on current investment gaps, as well as considering previous demand in applications requested during application window 1. Carb is proposing to allocate $126 million to support the CMO voucher pilot program. This includes a $110 million line item appropriated in the ZEV package and an additional $16 million of the $419 million budget for clean mobility investments, which will go before the board for approval in November. Based on application window 1 lessons learned, feedback received from awardees and stakeholders, and the desire to allow for ongoing improvements to meet the clean mobility needs of communities, Carb staff are proposing several program changes and adjustments for window 2, which have been presented during previous public work groups. In addition, staff will explore options to improve the application process, including approaches to awarding funding that prioritize under-resourced applicants and potentially modifying first-come, first-served components. Furthermore, staff proposes to expand projects' scope from smaller scale projects to larger projects at higher funding amounts. This additional $126 million would allow Carb to fund approximately 37 new community-driven shared mobility projects in application window 2. This may also include funding for community transportation needs assessments intended to engage the community and identify community residents' transportation needs prior to applying for a mobility project voucher. Staff recommends that at least $10 million of the $126 million be allocated to regional clean mobility projects, given their continued importance and need to sustain offerings in the communities they serve, so they don't end up being stranded investments. We have learned that these projects take a long time to launch and get to a point of sustainability and may require ongoing government funding to continue providing these important resources to underserved communities. The CMO technical assistance window is now open and includes a series of educational webinars about program requirements and an application walkthrough to prepare potential applicants for window 2. The first one will be held next week on July 27th, which will provide an introduction for applicants. The CMO implementation manual has also been released. Please refer to the CMO website at cleanmobilityoptions.org for more information. We are anticipating to open application window 2 sometime in late fall this year. Clean Mobility in Schools projects promote the role schools and our young scholars and leaders play in not only fighting climate change, but also increasing awareness and use of cleaner, sustainable transportation and mobility options. The first 3 projects launched in May of 2020. School districts in El Monte, Stockton, and San Diego received approximately $27 million. And with funds allocated in last year's funding plan, Carb is in the process of awarding 1 new grant with Twin Rivers Unified School District in Sacramento. When all 4 grants are complete, 100% of the funds will directly benefit disadvantaged communities with about 130 zero-emission vehicles, including school buses, cars and vans for staff purposes, maintenance carts, landscape and custodial equipment, and a flock of e-bikes, and charging infrastructure and upgrades to support those zero-emission fleets. Grantees actively engage in discussions with other school districts and stakeholders through a variety of clean energy and transportation forums. Most recently, grantees have participated in events sponsored by the World Resources Institute, School Transportation News, Advanced Clean Tech News, and regional forums like Southern California's Sustainable Facilities Forum. Clean Mobility in Schools grantees play a big role in sharing their experiences and offering support for other school districts who are exploring zero emission options in their communities. Carb is proposing to allocate $125 million to Clean Mobility in Schools projects to support a new competitive solicitation. Based on the lessons learned, including lessons of success, Carb anticipates about 12 to 15 new school district projects could be funded at a range of between $7 to $10 million each. To improve consistency and transparency, Clean Mobility in Schools intends to align closely with the Sustainable Transportation Equity Project to the extent feasible in the next solicitation. We intend to utilize the same terminology, definitions, requirements of applicants and grantees where it makes sense and still meets the goals of each program, and align our timelines and processes, including potential technical assistance. Carb anticipates updating the solicitation through a public process in late 2022, this year, followed by an early 2023 opening of the application window. And with that, I will move to the next topic and talk about STEP. STEP is a competitive grant program that funds a larger suite of clean transportation, land use, and supporting projects to increase transportation equity. STEP-funded projects such as public transit subsidies, shuttle services, and active transportation infrastructure address community residents' transportation needs and increase access to key destinations while reducing the need for personal vehicle use and support a sustainable community strategy implementation. The first 3 implementation grants, with a total of $17.75 million in funding, launched in June of 2021 in the communities of Stockton, Commerce, and South Los Angeles. All 8 planning and capacity building grants also launched in June of 2021 in communities around the state with a total of $1.75 million in funding. And with funds allocated in last year's funding plan, Carb is in the process of awarding 2 new implementation grants in the communities of Bayview, Hunters Point, and West Oakland, and expanding the initial STEP grant in South LA to fully fund their original proposal. Similar to other investments, grantees have been working tirelessly with their community partners to develop and initiate community engagement activities, workforce training programs, and other processes that will enable residents and community groups to directly inform project implementation. And we will soon see the results of all this behind the scenes work, with many mobility services set to begin in late this year and early next year. Carb is proposing to allocate $125 million to STEP to support a new solicitation for approximately 12 to 15 implementation grants. Carb anticipates updating the solicitation through a public process and selecting a technical assistance provider late this year, followed by an early 2023 opening of the application window. STEP intends to align requirements with Clean Mobility in Schools to the extent feasible in the next solicitation. Local governments, community-based organizations, and tribal governments in disadvantaged and low-income communities will be eligible as lead applicants. 2 notes here: we are proposing to expand eligibility to include low-income communities. Only disadvantaged communities were eligible for implementation grants in STEP's first round. We are also proposing to expand tribal government eligibility to encompass all tribal governments, not just federally recognized tribal authorities.
Planning and capacity building funding is not a new funding category. However, we are trying to unify this funding stream and develop a more comprehensive framework for providing priority populations with technical assistance and capacity building resources. The goal is to focus on supporting communities through the design and development of community-driven projects that address a wide range of community needs and address transportation barriers. Elements that are critical to inform development of these grants include stakeholder feedback and overall lessons we have gathered through the pilot project development phase of mobility investments, and key finding and recommendations coming from the community transportation planning evaluation that UC Berkeley's Othering and Belonging Institute is conducting. There are multiple planning capacity building grant funding opportunities we have identified. We included examples of funding priorities on the slide, but activities we want to capture are broader and include things such as community transportation needs and equity assessments, community organizing, outreach, and meaningful community engagement, workforce development programs, and school-based electrification planning. In addition to mobility project support, the intent is for this funding to include dedicated technical assistance for application support and implementation of planning and capacity building projects, as well as clean mobility in schools and STEP projects, given the needs already identified. Carb is proposing to allocate $43 million to planning and capacity building to support a new solicitation or expand existing clean mobility programs. As previously mentioned, this funding will also facilitate technical assistance for both application and project implementation. Based on this proposal, Carb anticipates we can fund anywhere between 75 to 180 small or large scale community-led planning capacity building projects in communities. And one of the core goals is to improve local understanding of residents' transportation needs and prepare communities to implement clean, sustainable transportation and land use projects. Carb hopes to identify a desired funding approach by the end of this year and finalize plans for this investment based on additional stakeholder input and ongoing lessons from mobility project implementation.
Workforce training and development is an increasingly important focus for Carb in meeting clean mobility investment goals. The transition of the workforce to adapt to zero emission technologies will be essential in increasing access and meeting our climate change goals. To date, Carb has allocated $4.78 million to workforce projects. This includes funding from clean mobility investments and state operation GGR funding for the inclusive, diverse, equitable, accessible, and local Ideals of Workforce project that Carb is currently partnering on with the California Energy Commission. Carb is developing a scope of work for the $1.5 million adult education and vocational school workforce training and development efforts, and are scoping a potential pre-apprenticeship program with the California Energy Commission. Carb also has workforce elements within CMO, clean mobility in schools, and STEP. Carb has been implementing SB 350 recommendations to maximize economic opportunities in priority communities and focusing on partnerships and policies that increase training and connections to good quality clean transportation jobs. Carb is also exploring opportunities to bridge critical gaps in training and workforce programs, access for at-risk youth and adults, as new and existing workforce training and development programs are implemented. Carb is also focused on maximizing investments that address community-identified training and workforce needs and support economic recovery. Carb staff are focused on utilizing funds to leverage existing investments to support zero-emission technology access, education, and awareness. Staff are also considering where Carb incentivized ZEV deployment is occurring and where more needs to be done to support broader clean transportation investments. Carb staff are also working to strengthen workforce development guidance and requirements across clean transportation projects based on program outcomes and community needs. Because much of our prior workforce investments are in the early stages of implementation, and we would like to evaluate these efforts before initiating additional projects, staff recommends no new funding allocation specifically for this category. Carb will continue to look at the projects mentioned previously to see how additional elements to meet these goals can be incorporated.
Great, thank you, mobility team. So we're gonna open it back up for some questions on this portion of the workshop. I just do want to flag that we're probably only gonna break for a short lunch. We're going to take as many comments as we can since we're a little bit behind. We're going to institute a hard stop at 12:35 just to give folks a chance to have a short break before we start the heavy duty session. But we do have an open discussion session towards the end of the workshop if folks are able to stick around. So with that, if you have a comment or a question, you can use the raised hand function or #2 if calling in by phone, or submit your question in the Q&A box on Zoom. And please state your name and affiliation before asking a question or making a comment. Lisa?
Okay, 2 hands so far. John Burciaga, unmute yourself, state your name and affiliation.
Good afternoon. My name is John Burciaga, and I am the Fleet Supervisor for San Diego Unified School District's Fleet Department of Transportation. Our district strongly encourages Carb to approve the 2022-23 funding plan for clean transportation incentives. The Clean Mobility in Schools grant awarded to our district in 2020 has fundamentally changed how we think about transportation and manage our operations, all for the better. The Carb grant was the catalyst of our transition to electrification for our Lincoln High cluster, made up of 14 schools and located in the area of San Diego County with the worst air quality. Without this Carb grant, we would not have been able to accomplish the robust program we are implementing today that consists of 13 electric school buses, electric trucks for our food delivery program, electric bike program for our high school students and teachers, electric landscaping and maintenance equipment, electric car sharing and van pooling for school-sponsored activities, a student workforce training program, and an education and outreach effort to parents in the community. We are realizing benefits for this program that we haven't foreseen. A perfect example, our staff efficiency. For our electric buses, we no longer have to physically check the track, the mileage of each school bus. It is automated through our data collection tools. For our lawn and maintenance crews, they can now operate their equipment during school hours. This is due to the reduced noise of the equipment. To any of my fellow school district participating in this workshop, I encourage you to begin planning for this transition today. Thank you to our project managers and to Carb staff for all your hard work on this effort. And please approve the plan's funding.
Thank you for your comments. April Bolduc, please unmute yourself and state your name and affiliation.
Thank you so much for Carb for this workshop and for developing this plan. My name is April Bolduc, and I am the president of S-Curve Strategies. We develop regional transportation electrification strategies for counties across the U.S. And we partnered with San Diego Unified School District to develop their Clean Mobility in Schools grant submission, which was awarded in 2020. And since then have been working side by side with the district on its implementation. S-Curve Strategies strongly supports the 2022-23 funding plan for clean transportation incentives. And this is largely due to the impact of the Clean Mobility in Schools grant that we're seeing on the community where students live and go to school in areas with the region's worst air quality. What on the surface may seem like an electric school bus program, we're finding that it's going much deeper here in the community than we expected. A key reason for this is the robust education and outreach effort that is teaching students, staff, and parents the benefits of clean school buses, trucks, and cars that are driving through our neighborhoods. What we're finding is that many were unaware of the poor air quality in this portside location. Our education and outreach partners, Center for Sustainable Energy, the Environmental Health Coalition, Circulate San Diego, and Groundwork San Diego have developed an innovative outreach effort that communicates the grant goals to our 14 high school, middle school, and elementary schools impacted by the grant. And we're also leveraging these outreach efforts to improve student attendance something that we had hoped for, but weren't sure that we were going to accomplish. And so an example of this would be how we've incorporated the importance of active transportation, because parents were expressing to us their strong concerns about allowing their kids to walk and bike to school due to safety issues and deficiencies in the pedestrian and bicycle network. And the education and outreach team performed safety audits with each of the 14 schools, and they created maps that parents can use to find these safest routes. The maps will also be shared with the city of San Diego to request improvements around the school and improve student attendance. Another example of this outreach to improve student attendance is our high school grants electric bike program for senior students. That's going to be used to help increase attendance, and we've received a lot of excitement from students and staff about this program. And in addition, the district is going to be increasing the number of electric bus routes that are serving the high school to also help improve this attendance. So these are just a few of a long list of community benefits that we have resulted from the Clean Mobility in Schools grant. And we want to ensure that it's understood that the work that the Carb Clean Mobility in Schools staff has been doing to increase funding for the school district goes well beyond the stated benefits within the pages of the plan. And the San Diego Unified High School District students and staff, thank you for that. It's for these reasons that S-Curve Strategies supports the funding plan. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Dinah Wylier, please unmute yourself, state your name and affiliation.
Dinah, you'll need to unmute yourself on your end as well.
Okay, are you able to hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Apologize for that. Greetings and thank you for the opportunity to provide comment. I'm Dinah Willier, a Senior Customer Solutions Advisor on SDG&E's Clean Transportation team. In San Diego, transportation is the largest source of GHG emissions and air pollution, which can disproportionately affect our most vulnerable communities. SDG&E has worked closely with the San Diego Unified School District through our Prior Drive for Fleets program, and we are grateful for partners like San Diego Unified School District who are working to improve the environment and reduce maintenance costs for the school district by transitioning to an electric fleet. SDG&E supports additional funding for the Clean Mobility in Schools program that would continue the successful partnership with SDUSD and other K-12 schools to provide clean air for all. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Lonnie Mason, unmute yourself, state your name and affiliation.
Good afternoon. My name is Lonnie Mason. I'm actually the Executive Director for First Generation Environmental Health and Economic Development based out of the Bayview Hunters Point community. Quick question. Oh, I don't see him on the screen anymore, Sean. I had a question for him. And on pages 47 and 48, I just wanted him to explain that in a little bit more detail. The percentage-wise, the refining methodology of the to identify demographic mobility investments are serving. So if you can explain that in a little bit more detail for me, I would appreciate it. And the clean mobility investment, because I'm looking at the map and I don't actually see San Francisco covered in that, Bayview, actually the Bayview Hunters Point community. But if you can just address that for me, the percentage wise and for the clean mobility investment and particularly to what? How did you come about the percentage? Let me put it that way.
Hey, Sean, are you still online?
He is, but he was having some audio connectivity challenges. I saw it come up.
Oh, okay. I'll give a little higher
I'm back.
level. Oh, okay. Sean, you got this? Or did you hear the questions?
I did not hear the questions.
You didn't hear
I
me, Sean?
just got it back.
Okay, yeah, because I see you dropped out. I saw you were in.
Yeah.
My question, I just wanted to know, how did you come about the percentage for the clean mobility investment, and also page 47? So yes, I have those two. So how do you come about?
Let's start with this one. This one's just a very high level. We just essentially take the census tract populations. Well, we have our CMO mobility service areas, which we've equated to census tract. So we use census tracts as CMO service areas. And then we're able to use the data that comes along with census tracts. Here, we're using the demographic data. We compile the entire population of the CMO census tract population. And then we look at what percent of that total population is white, Black, Native American, down the line. So that's how we're doing this particular high level statewide analysis.
So in regards to the funding, I'm trying to figure out what are you guys saying here? You know, compensation. You know, this is the composition. I'm sorry, and clean mobility service area. So, what is it for?
Well, on a high level, we want to start understanding the demographic makeup of our programs. We have started asking for demographic information in our programs, but historically, we haven't asked for that information across all our programs. We wanted, be able to utilize that and leverage that to, for future outreach, see what demographic slices we're not being effective in reaching out to.
So you're talking about who's excluded. So these are the individuals that are excluded or included?
Oh, these are included. This is what currently makes up the included group in the clean mobility options.
So they've been included. So so in other words, you're saying which have received funding or the actual services within that community?
They are, I would say they are in proximity to the clean mobility programs. They're in close proximity. So whether they're able to actually use the program or have received direct funding is not exactly clear, because we're using census tracts as a proxy for service areas, which is not always 100% accurate. But the probability of one of these demographics being able to use the service is what we're kind of showing here.
Yeah, just to add on, what we tried to do is try to figure out where the funding went and what demographics they're serving. And this shows us where our funding went. And as Sean said, we're just using census tracts that were provided to us by each grantee. And then he looked at census data to see what percentages of each race are in those areas. But it doesn't particularly tell us the actual users of the services. So that's another data analysis that we're going to try to get data for to capture later on. And part of it is to identify, hey, we are providing funding to communities that have different races within them, to show where we are funding, where the funding is going. And then also identify if there are areas that we have not been funding, and to figure out what demographics those are. So as you've heard in previous work groups, we're trying to figure out ways to get these funds to communities that haven't historically been funded. So this is just a part of the beginning of our analysis to be able to paint that picture that will help guide where our investments go in this year and in the future.
Okay, because I don't agree. Lisa popped up. She but I'm not good. Hello, Lisa. I just don't agree with that particular percentage when it comes to the Black community. But we're working on it right now, and we'll see, in the near future, how this turns out, so that's why
absolutely.
we're here. That's why we're here. But I don't agree with that particular percentage. I think it should be flatline. But anyhow, we're going to go with that right now. And we'll see.
To clarify, this is where funds have gone, and these are just census data. So yes, this does help us understand that, say, for example, on this slide, there's more of the populations that are able to be served. There's more Hispanic populations than the rest. And so, yeah, we're looking to identify we're looking to figure out how we can identify those communities that aren't participating, and to try to flatten the lines, so that we're getting equal access across all of them.
Okay. I mean, because I can speak for the Bayview Hunters Point, because we have nothing.
Yeah. And this would not show any funding going to Hunters Point, because I don't believe Hunters Point has applied for any of our funding for mobility and been approved for funding. Let me clarify that.
Yeah, and just to add one other little detail on this, Lonnie, is this is really specific to the mobility projects. This slide doesn't include or represent the vehicle purchase projects that we're typically talking about. So you're right, the percentages definitely won't match up for what we've been talking about kind of in the other forums. So I just wanted to flag that for you. This, I mean,
even really, for the heavy equipment too. I'm talking about heavy equipment as well.
Right, of course. And that's one of the things we haven't figured out how to do yet too, is take this analysis across all of the projects, because some of the data really is apples and oranges. And so we're trying to find a way to figure out how to do that, looking across all of them. But this is really just a snapshot for just the like the car sharing project. So I wanted to make sure that was clarified.
Yes, I just want to, I'm looking at both ends, but I'm looking at that, and I know what I see in this community. I know what I see, when I travel, and other disadvantaged communities, and it's just stuff you just don't see. And I know a lot of truckers, for one, and Black truckers, independent Black truckers. And so I'm aware of what they have and what they don't have. And so, like I said, we'll see in the near future. Thank you for answering my question.
Thank you for your comments. Elise Crippen, please unmute yourself, state your name and affiliation.
Hi, my name is Elise Crippen with CalSTART. We are assisting with project management and data collection on the San Diego Clean Mobility in Schools project. The Clean Mobility in Schools program is actively bringing zero-emission vehicle options to a variety of mobility needs in the heart of our communities, our public schools. Through this project, we are able to collect data on a variety of new zero-emission vehicles and equipment, from electric mowers to a fleet of e-bikes, and build on our clean mobility knowledge base for all. Thank you for funding programs like Clean Mobility in Schools. With this funding, the insights and learnings we are able to gain from the CMIS projects will continue to help school districts and local communities plan effective transitions to clean transportation future. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Ladonna Williams, please unmute yourself, state your name and affiliation.
Ladonna Williams, all positives possible. And yes, can you go back to the charts, please? I believe, was it chart 47 and 48, or either 48 and 49? Okay, so that is, okay. So then the other one that actually showed that one there. I just would like to find out, why is it Hispanic and white is listed above African American when the prior chart shows, and I get it, you've broken it up into categories. So that was the mobility chart, but the actual benefits, as we know, are more like 2%, although it's been 5% for African Americans. But if we're talking about doing things differently and really broadening out and changing the way things have been done, when I see this chart, it tells me, or it gives the feeling and appearance that those are the priorities. And we know they've been because the previous chart shows Hispanic at 51%, white at 24%, Black is at 9%. And so I'm just wondering with this chart, why is it that even alphabetically, you know, A comes before H and W, but why is it listed that way? And anyone can answer that.
Yeah, thanks, Ladonna. I just want to make sure I'm understanding the question correctly. So if we go back to the other chart and we're seeing the percentages at Hispanic, I think was at 51%, Black at 9%. And then we go to this chart.
And white was at 24%. So 24%. We know according to how the funding has been allocated, these populations have been given priority. And we see that according to your numbers, whether it's mobility, whether it's incentives, vouchers, what have you. African Americans or Black Americans continue to be at the bottom. Why is it that it continues to be listed even in this form doesn't communicate to me that the population that has received the least funding and support is a priority? And as I believe it was Mr. Mason spoke on Hunter's point, not receiving that funding. And I guess maybe there's been no applications that have been put in, which I'm sure that is part of why we're doing this, is to identify those gaps. But it's the same thing with Vallejo and also Rodeo that has, and particularly South Vallejo, East Vallejo, Rodeo, that has some of the lowest wage earners, lowest income, most disadvantaged, and historically, they're not listed on these maps. And by the way, I love the visual of the maps because it gives us the ability to, you know, to see where these gaps really are. But yeah, I'd like to know why it is that whenever we do see these, they're usually listed at the top, which communicates that they have been and continue to be a priority.
Yeah, and so I'll just quickly say that, you know, there is another layer to this analysis, which really gets at identifying communities. And, you know, we're not exactly sure if that can be done at a census tract level currently. We think there are more granular ways to really hone in and really see who's really in close proximity of these mobility programs. Some of these census tracts are a little expansive, and they're you know, including a lot of populations that might not necessarily be around the mobility programs.
Right, so but I'm not talking about other populations. I'm zeroing in on African American because they really do continue to be the lowest supported. And we know that firsthand, being on the front line, we know it, we've seen it, and it is across the board. The other thing I would like to ask is, you guys continually use the definition high level. And I know that's a trendy word these days throughout the agency, but I would like your definition because you've used that term several times. So when you're saying high level, whatever, can you please explain what you mean?
Yeah, and for the purposes of this presentation, when I was cited high level, I was talking about all of our clean mobility services aggregated together and looking at what that looks like. So not taking any deep dives, just a snapshot of what everything compiled looks like together. So we're not going into specific regions or looking at specific communities. We're just looking at across all of the programs and what does all of that data look like.
So when you compile it all together and put it together for agencies' language and understanding, they consider that high level?
I think for this particular exercise, that's what we did. We didn't look at it. We didn't show on these maps exactly what each population for each project that we've funded in the past has targeted. We could do that. We could provide a slide for each project, but we've got over 40 projects now. So, that's a lot of slides. What I will say is this slide and the previous slide highlights exactly what you're saying. Our competitive solicitations, our clean mobility voucher project, the projects that they have funded, you can easily see, I think, that Black communities haven't been funded. And so this helps us go, okay, well, what can we do as far as technical assistance and outreach to get to those communities that we've been able to identify through census tracts, and to be able to focus funding on getting them, building their capacity so that they understand what is available and how they can apply to our different mobility programs. So that's, I think one of the key takeaways we're trying to get out of this. And honestly, it's just a start. Like this is the feedback you guys are giving us is great, because it helps us to understand how we need to refine what we're presenting so that you guys can help continue working with us to identify those communities, and then the various methods of getting the right services out to them. For example, the planning and capacity building grants that Violet talked about. In the past, we've funded specific planning type grants like needs assessments. And what we're trying to do is expand those, but not only expand them generally, but to expand and to see where each one fits for each individual community that hasn't been getting funding and that isn't shown up on this map.
Okay, and I just want to say it's not even just only your program here, but we hear it even with AB 617 within, and it's not just only within Carb, it is DTSE, it is, federal, state EPA. I mean, agency has taken on this term high level, and we would just like to really understand from the community level what it is that you mean, because high level to me represents a targeted specific zeroing in on, say, a specific target, in this case, and I'm just giving you an example, African American or Native Black American, and we're zeroing in on that and really focusing, okay, then I can see you using the term high level. But if you are bringing in everything else and summarizing it and giving us these, narratives, and not really just a zero in focus, but yet you guys continually use this, high level terminology, I'd really just like to understand. And I'm not saying necessarily it's a bad, but what I am saying is we don't understand it when you're speaking and constantly using that term.
Got it.
That's
a great point.
Helpful. Yeah, really great point, Ladonna. I really appreciate it, and we'll try to make sure that we're finding the right or we're doing a better job using more clear technology. My goodness, I'm sorry. Terminology. And so please keep pointing these things out to us where we are not, where the technology is bureaucratic, right? That's, unfortunately, we're in the bureaucratic space. So we tend to lean on that a bit more than I think we recognize that we're doing. So I appreciate you pointing out, that high level is one of those bureaucratic terms that can be relatively unclear, because we certainly want to try to make this information as clear as possible. And I think one last comment to build off of these tables and that we've just talked about is while I recognize how the data on here can be perceived, I think it's really important to note that what we have funded in the past this doesn't demonstrate that this has been our priority in the past. Again, I fully recognize that that's one way you could look at it, but I think for us, the priority has been to get the dollars out there and learn and see what we can do. And so this is more of a snapshot of what we have seen, where the funding has gone. And our priorities now are to make sure we are truly finding those areas that haven't benefited. And so I just wanted to make sure that I covered that and that it made it clear that that's what we're hoping to get out of doing this kind of analysis in looking at the demographics of the areas in the slide prior, and then looking at what we've invested and getting a sense of what are the community makeups separate from what have we funded, so that we really can see where we're missing the mark on things. So,
Okay, I appreciate that. And I was just gonna say, I'm not necessarily saying you got to change that terminology, but what you should be doing is explaining it, making it more clear if you're gonna continually use that term.
yeah, absolutely. And I do appreciate that.
Thank you.
With that, we're past our hard stop, which is okay because it's been a great conversation. And so I know Grace has got some housekeeping things that I'm going to kick to in a moment, Grace. One of the things I did promise early on is that we would clear out the Q&A box before we break for lunch. We're not going to be breaking for lunch, but I do know that we do need to do a quick staff changeover. So staff, what I'm going to do, and I know we've got a few questions in the Q&A that are grabbed by some of the other management teams. If managers can stay on, we'll run through these Q&As very quickly. Staff, you can feel free to hop off and get kind of antiquated for the next session. So let me run through the ones that I had flagged earlier, and then I'll kick it to the mobility team to cover theirs as well. First, Robert T. Doe, are there any incentives for the purchase or production of zero carbon fuels, as they require not a recharge station, but a partner to supply the fuel? We actually don't fund fuels in this program. Fuels are typically funded by the Energy Commission, and I have provided some links to that earlier. I'm happy to provide another link if you're not able to find it. Kimiko Taguchi, Cal ITP's goals have been incredibly difficult to implement in rural areas with poor data, broadband, cellular connections that are needed to support economic payments. Does the $5 million include technical support for implementing regional broadband projects in rural areas? It's a fantastic question. So the $5 million we're proposing is very specific to supporting a universal banking card. So it's very specific. So it won't be supporting those topics, but I know that there's a lot of work still to come in Cal ITP, and that is feedback we'll definitely pass along to them as well. Rocky Rushing, oversubscribed seems to be an unfortunate yet accepted description of the CC4A and other equity programs, Clean Cars for All. A major obstacle that stands in the way of achieving the stated goals for the Charge Ahead Coalition, Charge Ahead California initiative programs is that the start and stop nature of program accessibility due to lack of adequate funding. At what level of funding does Carb believe the current Clean Cars for All programs require to allow backlogged applications to be processed and for year-round program access? That's a great question, Rocky. I'm going to potentially kick to Aaron on this, but what I'll say before I do is that I think, I think it depends on the district first of the existing programs. And I think that there's a lot of other things in play than just what the funding is available and what the capacity is within those programs. But let me go ahead and kick to Aaron for this one.
No, just to build on that, Lisa, yeah, there's a lot to unpack there, but I just wanted to re-highlight the AB 630 report process that we're going to have. One of the things that we want to do is determine some guiding principles for those funding allocations and determine what way we look at all those principles and all those metrics and ways of looking at allocations to figure out what the best way to answer that question is. And so more to come on that process, more discussion on how to best determine how much, per year to, keep the programs up and running. So.
Thanks, Aaron.
Yeah.
Second question from Rocky. While the funding proposal includes a section on ZEV market data findings, it fails to mention the very real problem of the current shortage and double-digit price increases for used ZEVs and hybrid vehicles that analysts believe will be with us for some time. Will increasing competition on the lower priced ZEVs through increases to CC4A and CVAP, or Clean Vehicle Assistance Program, participation create greater competition and less availability of used ZEVs and hybrids for DAC residents? Great question, Rocky. And yes, our text doesn't, in the funding plan and within the presentation today, did not go into a lot of detail on the current shortage and the increased prices. We are aware, though, we do see this as an issue. And while it isn't reflected, it is work that we're still analyzing and trying to get a handle on what it actually means and what the right incentive amounts should be. We did talk a little bit about the fact that we've received some feedback about incentive amounts potentially needing to be higher. especially right now, given with what we're seeing in the market. So that's a conversation we plan to continue to have and encourage you to participate in our future work groups on the topic. From Baritha Howard, interested in mobile charger solutions for apartment and condo dwellers. It's the main obstacle for people who live in apartments and condos. Absolutely right, and we do provide mobile charging options within many of our vehicle purchase incentive programs. So we do have that as an option for consumers that can't install level 2 charging. And with that, I'm going to hand it over to, I think, Sam.
Yep, I've got a couple of questions. Olivia Siedemann. Hi, quick question on carb balancing investments geographically. Does this mean equally dividing projects across the state or taking more of an equity stance and investing more in traditionally underinvested regions like rural parts of the state that have less developed transportation infrastructure? Yeah, part of the analysis and some of the, one of the graphics that Sean went over showing the map allows us to better see where funding has historically gone, the small amounts of funding that we've sent out or we've provided, and to identify those areas that don't have funding, along with identifying the areas that have funding but may not be hitting the 100% of the population. So when we have a certain area, we may, there still may be a need to provide additional funding, but it's really trying to take a comprehensive approach from different viewpoints to see what we're hitting and what we haven't, and then where we should be directing technical assistance to get them more involved in to apply for future funding opportunities. Another comment question from Creighton Randall, taking us back to the CMO slides. Given that the legislature is still weighing on these funding allocations, will the new $126 million in CMO funding be rolled into the $21 million second window? We're not actually doing a solicitation for that. Or are you anticipating a third round? If the former, will the second round be pushed back? Based on our experiences with these projects and our conversations with partners and community advocates, we continue to kindly suggest that Carb consider moving towards a merit-based selection process for CMO to get more impactful, more equitable results. To answer the question about how we're going to roll additional funding into window 2, it really depends on what the legislature provides for this fiscal year versus future fiscal years. If it was the whole the whole 419 million, then we would be able to roll it into the second window or potentially a third window. So it really, honestly, it's based on what is in the ultimate or the final budget. And regarding a merit-based selection process, yeah, we're going to take another shot at first come, first serve, try to make it easier for communities to apply, try to expand our technical assistance to communities that need more help and assistance to apply and how to get them involved. Again, we're still trying to understand better what the merit base should be on top of disadvantaged and low-income communities, which our funding is targeted to. So those are the two questions I have.
Yeah, and I will jump in on the last one from Michael Segala. Capacity building needs to include operational support for existing projects. This is the big need to increase capacity. We've been running NeoCar, which is Ecosystems in the San Joaquin Valley, on Carb's reimbursement process for 2 years, and that is no way to operate a car sharing program for very low rural residents. It's very hard to procure cars on a state reimbursement, need other operational support as well. So thank you very much for that comment. And Michael, we will be circling back to talk more with you on a lot of your suggestions. So thank you.
All right, Grace, it's back to you. Thanks, folks, for sticking through.
Okay, moving right along. If we could jump to the heavy duty investment strategy slide. Perfect. So I'm going to introduce my colleague Jason Crow to present our it's been a long morning, present our long-term heavy duty investment strategy. Jason?
Thank you, Grace. And all right, Carbs heavy-duty investments are legislatively guided by Senate Bill 1204, SB 1204, or the California Clean Truck, Bus, and Off-Road Vehicle and Equipment Technology Program, was established in 2014. It calls for utilizing California climate investment funds for the development, demonstration, pre-commercial pilot, and early commercial deployment of eligible clean truck, bus, off-road vehicle, and equipment technologies. In 2018, SB 1403 was passed, which codified the heavy-duty investment strategy. Carb has developed guidance through our existing funding plan process to address the specific requirements of SB 1204 and SB 1403. For this next session of the workshop, I'll go over some of the priorities and drivers for our investments and the updates that we'll be incorporating into the heavy-duty investment strategy this year. What is the purpose of the long-term heavy-duty investment strategy? It serves as an annual 3-year investment strategy for clean transportation incentives, and it acts as a roadmap for transforming the heavy-duty transportation sector. It outlines priorities for investment, including an assessment of projected funding needs for each of the 3 years in the plan, and provides high-level guidance for heavy-duty funding. It also includes an annual report on the status of the state's school bus fleet. Each year, the heavy-duty investment strategy document includes several core elements. This year's document will include an updated discussion of the beachhead strategy and how it helps to inform the extension of technologies to adjacent markets, updates on the current status of the advanced heavy-duty vehicle and equipment technologies, a discussion of market readiness indicators, additional information on metrics of success, new examples of what's happening in the industry by means of a series of mini case studies, and an updated 3-year set of recommendations for heavy-duty vehicle and off-road investments. As part of this year's strategy, we'll be assessing commercially mature technologies against 6 market readiness indicators. These new market readiness indicators include production capacity, assessing whether sufficient commercial production exists, cost parity, evaluating the total cost of ownership of these zero-emission technologies and how that compares with traditional internal combustion alternatives, both with and without incentives. Duty cycle applicability, assessing the ability of the technology to meet range, payload, and power requirements of common duty cycles for each application. Infrastructure, evaluating the availability and ease of appropriate charging or refueling infrastructure. And workforce and service networks, evaluating whether or not technicians capable of servicing these technologies are readily available. Metrics developed for the heavy-duty investment strategy can be grouped into 3 broader categories: supporting healthy communities, supporting technology evolution, and growing the green economy. This initial set of metrics is built on the data from Carb's HVIP and CORE programs, whose funding has helped to provide the deployment of more than 58% of vouchers in disadvantaged communities, support to small or public fleets at 63%, directly leading to or supporting nearly 12,000 jobs, more than 222 million cleaner vehicle miles traveled, and it has grown from just 4 manufacturers when the program started in 2010 to more than 43 manufacturers between both the CORE and HVIP programs, representing 197 different vehicle models today. And it has also funded more than 11,300 clean heavy-duty vehicles and pieces of equipment through over $900 million in clean transportation incentive funding. This table details what we've identified as the 3-year low-carbon transportation investment priorities, which is another key component of each year's strategy. These funding recommendations build on the core priorities, which have been updated to reflect the current status and direction of technologies for this year. The recommended funding levels are presented by fiscal year and by stage of technology, demonstration, pilot, and commercial, with the highest priorities for state funding listed in the table. Note that many smaller vehicle and equipment types have been aggregated, as it wouldn't be possible to list everything here in one table. Overall, Carb's heavy-duty investment strategy will continue to affirm and expand on ways to achieve our equity goals through Carb's investments in the heavy-duty vehicle and off-road sectors. We will continue to support progress towards meeting state climate and federal air quality targets, supporting the accelerated deployment of zero emission technologies per the governor's executive order. Carb will continue to coordinate with the CPCFA in the implementation of SB 372, which directs Carb to make financing tools and non-financial supports available to the operators of medium and heavy duty vehicle fleets. The strategy will identify emerging technologies and next generation technologies that build on previous successes. And we will continue to report on and develop those metrics that track progress made towards achieving the larger program goals. This concludes the portion of the workshop on the heavy duty investment strategy. And now we can open up for questions and comments.
Good afternoon, everyone. You can use the Zoom feature to raise your hand. For those of you participating by phone, press pound or hashtag 2 to raise your hand. When you're called on, please state your name and affiliation. First up, we have Scott Myers. Scott, I have unmuted your mic. Scott, you'll need to unmute on your end.
I'm sorry, I didn't hit anything. I'm sorry. Okay.
Okay.
Sorry.
No worries. Next up, we have Jamie Levin. Jamie, I have unmuted your mic.
Thank you. Jamie Levin with the Center for Transportation and the Environment. Jason, looking at the market readiness indicators, and this may be implied, but I just want to clarify this. Under Workforce Service Network, obviously a very key factor in commercialization of these advanced technologies. But what sort of bridges between that indicator and infrastructure are the facilities that have to be retrofitted. We often think of fueling stations. So I'm really specific here now, the fuel cell truck applications and the like, where we have to have facilities that have to be retrofitted in order to work on these vehicles safely. So I want to make sure that in the sort of the overlay of the workforce development and service network and infrastructure, that Carb is giving thought to funding upgrades to fixed assets in order to safely work on vehicles.
Yeah, that's a great question, Jamie. And that's something we typically do as part of our demonstration and pilot projects, not as much under our voucher programs. And for those, we do typically tend to refer folks over to the Energy Commission for their programs, which are really more set up and larger and more extensive in terms of providing funding for infrastructure projects, which can include some of these maintenance facilities. But certainly anytime we have a demonstration or pilot projects, those are usually including funding for upgrades and changes to facilities to accommodate those new technologies as well.
Good. And then just another point which you've heard me bring up in times past. I know there's discussions between Carb, CEC, even Caltrans and the governor's office as it relates to the Hydrogen Hub program, which is anticipated a FOA coming out in September, October. And the question here really for Carb is giving thought to kind of like a set aside similar to the HVIP program for heavy duty trucks or vehicles in the transportation sector that will be able to cost share and match the demand or the supply side of the equation that DOE is going to fund under the Hydrogen Hub program. We've got to be able to ramp up vehicle production on the demand side in order to balance those two together. And so it should be, staff should be thinking about how to do some set asides here in order to provide cost share and also to recruit industry match to Carbs and the state's funding to then match the federal funding. So just want to reemphasize how important that is, especially as the federal program is expected to be very active beginning in the fall.
Absolutely. Appreciate the feedback on that, Jamie.
Next up, we have Adam Browning. Adam, I have unmuted your mic.
Thank you so much. Adam Browning with Forum Mobility. We're a company providing electric trucks as a service exclusively for drayage. And I just, success in this market transformation means ensuring, I think the way to think about it is we're only as strong as the weakest link, and the drayage has been singled out for an accelerated transition to zero emission through the truck and bus rule, as you well know. And I just want to emphasize that coordinating funding for both trucks, chargers, as well as the charging itself needs to be well coordinated and separated. And my question here is, and supported, my question here is how much do you work in parallel with some of the other parts of the of Carb, specifically looking at the LCFS reform, where we're seeing just a cratering in credit value through the growth of renewable diesel, as well as the growth in the dairy biomethane, and really trying to support the electrification of, or providing, credit enhancements for the electrification of drayage specifically, because at the end of this year, less than 6 months, we're going to see about a quarter of the drayage fleet drop off. And then in 18 months from now, so we're going to, as you well know, only zero emission vehicles can be added to the drayage registry. We're looking at an extraordinary sea shift in change through this strong stick that Carb has been, that is applied to this industry. And, it's doable, but it's going to be incredibly hard to build all 3 legs of that stool going forward. And so, again, my question is how much, as you look at providing funds, can you also look at reforming LCFS to make sure that we've got every leg of the stool well supported?
Well, thank you for your question. And I can certainly say we do coordinate closely with the other divisions within Carb to talk about these issues. We are in constant communication with our other state agency partners like the Energy Commission, with GoBiz. We certainly know quite a bit about what's going on with drayage, and we're also closely working with the ports, with the air districts. They all have large roles to play in this as well, and making sure that this goes as smoothly as possible. But if there are specific issues and things you want to bring up related to LCFS, we can take some of that back, or we're happy to set you up with the right people as well. But just know that we do keep in touch with them and coordinate with them closely as well.
I appreciate that. We'll be commenting and participating in that series of workshops as well. I just wanted to emphasize that fact that actually the cratering of the LCFS credits is a significant impediment to success and efforts to develop a focused application to the heavy and medium duty electrification through that process will be crucial to your success as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Sarah Fitzsimmons. Sarah, I have unmuted your mic.
Hi, thank you. Sarah Fitzsimon from the California Hydrogen Business Council and the policy director there. The California Hydrogen Business Council represents about 135 member companies that are committed to the commercialization of hydrogen across the economy. And so my comments today just really focus on, one, supporting the HVIP program. It's a program that's been successful, and within our budget letter, we have actually asked for continued funding of this program. We think it's really valuable, along with the other clean transportation incentives. However, we do want to recommend that when allocating funds through the HVIP program and all programs within Carb and the state agencies, that they're allocated with equity across technologies. And by equity, I mean, the 2 technologies that we have today that are zero emission that are fully functioning on the road are battery electric vehicles and fuel cell electric vehicles. So to not choose a winner at this point, I do really like the market readiness indicators where you're talking about the duty cycles, the infrastructure that's available. I do want to note that fuel cell electric vehicles really do serve the duty cycles of the heavy duty sector and transit wonderfully just due to their long range, energy density, and the lack of power loss in different temperatures. Sorry, I don't know how to really spit that out that quickly, but there are many benefits to fuel cell electric vehicles in the heavy duty sector in particular. So I'd really like to just see that when these funds are being distributed, that they do so equally between the two technologies, because there are certainly different applications for both of these technologies to serve. There are so many different companies that have different uses for these technologies, and when one is prioritized over another, and it doesn't really help us to reach our goals. So I do want to emphasize that as you're looking at market readiness and looking at the duty cycles, you do anticipate more fuel cell electric vehicle use, in particular because some of our members are actually offering a bundled package of trucks and buses with fueling stations, or these trucks and buses have on-site fueling stations already. So please do consider fuel cell electric vehicles equally in your allocation of funds for HVIP and all other programs that come from this clean transportation incentive. So thank you for your time, and I'm probably going to be commenting on the next section too. So I will talk to you soon.
All right, thanks for your comments.
Jason, I do have two comments in the queue, or one question, one comment in the Q&A box. I'm going to read the comment first and then the question. First comment from Lauren Navarro. We are glad that SB 372 is on your list of medium heavy duty priorities for 2022-23. This bill is a game changer and can help bring additional private financing while continuing to support small fleets. Please keep up the hard work and enable it to expand next year. Thanks, Lauren. And then question from Kimiko Taguchi, Trinity County Transportation Commission. It is operationally infeasible for many rural and tribal government transit agencies to utilize heavy duty transit vehicles. What is Carb's investment strategy for zero emission medium duty transit vehicles, considering current zero emission medium duty buses cannot handle long distance transit routes and mountainous terrain?
Thank you for that question. We do have some medium duty transit vehicles. I know there are some differences in the operating capabilities between battery electric and fuel cell electric. And while one, particularly battery electric, may not serve your needs, it's quite possible that the fuel cell technology could. And we're happy to meet with you to discuss what kinds of options are available and what would work well for you. I know our innovative clean transit team also has looked into this a lot, and we could also loop them in to get their expertise on this issue as well.
There are no more raised hands.
All right, so we're going to move on to our final session of the day. I'm going to introduce Earl Landberg, who will present the Advanced Technology Demonstration Projects, Andrea Morgan, who will discuss the HVIP program, Todd Sterling, who will go over the core program, and Eric Patton, who will be presenting on the truck loan assistance program, as well as the zero emission truck loan pilot. Earl?
Sorry, having a technical issue. One moment. Carb maintains a portfolio of heavy-duty incentives that support technologies through their commercialization arcs. The technologies in the earliest stage of commercialization are supported through our demonstration and pilot projects. Technologies that are just entering the market are supported through lower carbon transportation investments such as HVIP and CORE, which provide the lowest barriers to adoption. As technologies mature, our focus turns from technology advancement to fleet turnover, helping achieve greater emission reductions in advance of regulatory requirements. And finally, as regulations take effect, we support technologies through financing assistance, such as the Truck Loan Assistance Program. This year, our investments priorities continue many of the same themes as last year. Most of the investments under consideration will continue and expand successful existing incentive programs. We're also thinking critically about ways we can provide greater support for zero emission technologies and looking beyond just financial assistance to expand outreach, capacity building, and needs assessment within our programs. As you've heard today, we're continuing to focus on providing increased assistance to small fleets and underrepresented communities and supporting regulatory efforts to prepare the market for upcoming regulations. To date, nearly $900 million of investments in clean heavy-duty vehicles and off-road equipment technologies have been made across the state. The maps on this slide show the investments from HVIP and CORE. This year, the budget includes a robust appropriation of over $2 billion to support zero-emission heavy-duty on-road vehicles and off-road equipment. Carb is considering allocating funding to existing projects as shown on the slide. The creation of new zero-emission truck loan pilot. Staff developed these investments taking into account current project demand and program goals and funding need. Demonstration projects are intended to accelerate the introduction of advanced emission reducing technologies for heavy-duty trucks and off-road equipment that are on the cusp of commercialization into the California marketplace faster than would otherwise happen. In this first phase of Carb investments, pushing technology advancement toward commercialization, demonstration projects are designed to assess the technology's robustness, effectiveness, and durability, allowing the final touches from the manufacturer before commercial launch. Once commercialized, but still in their infancy, Carb's goal with pilot projects is to deploy large enough numbers to truly assess the commercial and environmental benefits as high-tech vehicles and equipment are put through their paces while in revenue service. Sharing information is an important component of pilot projects. Carb will report findings to all stakeholders and build off lessons learned. Since the inception of the program in 2009, Advanced Technology Demonstration and Pilot Projects have funded 47 separate projects. Everything from zero-emission lawn and garden equipment to container ships and zero-emission school buses to zero-emission fuel cell ferry, with over $440 million from 4 separate funding sources. 99% of funding to date has benefited disadvantaged and low-income communities. Examples of great successes include Wabtec's FlexDrive zero-emission locomotive. Since that project's completion last year, there have been over 16 orders for this locomotive. Another great example are zero-emission yard trucks. And now diving deeper into fuel cells with our heavy lift fuel cell top pick just coming into the port of LA for its data collection period. We are making a change to what was discussed at the last workshop, and that is we are no longer going to have a separate category for emerging technologies. This concept was a bit aspirational. We got some really good feedback from you all, had some good internal discussions on the topic, and this idea may show up again in the future. As we mentioned, we are considering allocating $75 million to support advanced technology demonstration and pilot projects. The plan is to issue a solicitation for these project categories after the completion of our work group process, which will start after board adoption of the fiscal year 2022-23 funding plan. Now I will go over the project categories under consideration. Green zones, which are zero-emission holistic projects that could be focused on almost any operations within a city, municipality, or group of cities that currently use combustion technologies to carry out the duties of the municipality. Projects will showcase zero-emission technologies while breaking down barriers for adoption through activities such as streamlining city permitting for charging equipment and determining what systems need to be in place for municipalities to foster widespread zero-emission technology adoption. Projects should encourage other cities to adopt green zone policies within their jurisdiction based on project outcomes. Projects could include large-scale zero-emission commercial lawn and garden equipment for schools and or parks and recreation departments. Zero emission construction equipment, zero emission waste collection, and other functions that are performed by a municipality that could be converted to zero emission would be eligible. The next project category is zero emission rail. Demonstration of or pilot of zero emission rail technologies that can operate in intrastate line haul, short haul, and switcher operations without requiring additional diesel locomotives in the consist. The next project is zero emission capable commercial hovercraft. And this project would demonstrate or pilot a zero emission capable commercial hovercraft with a focus on California small businesses. Next project is port vehicles and equipment. Demonstration and pilot of on-road trucks engaged in drayage service and cargo handling equipment used at ports. Next project is zero emission aviation and ground support equipment. Demonstration and pilot of zero emission aircraft and ground support equipment. The focus here will be on the aircraft for short haul routes within California and that aircraft's supporting equipment. Next project is off-road construction and agricultural equipment. This will be a demonstration and pilot of zero emission construction and agricultural equipment along with supporting infrastructure. A demonstration of advanced technology and pilots for larger scale deployments of zero emission equipment will be supported. Carb proposes to collaborate with CEC on infrastructure aspects of the project where possible, which could include a joint solicitation for one or more project categories or other mechanisms to build off each other's funding. With all that said, Carb retains the ability to fund infrastructure components for projects as needed.
The Hybrid and Zero Emission Truck and Bus Voucher Incentive Project, more commonly known as HVIP, provides first come, first served funding for early commercial deployments of zero emission heavy duty vehicle technologies in California. Today, there are over 150 zero emission truck makes and models from 35 manufacturers on the HVIP eligibility list. HVIP has provided approximately 11,400 vouchers, totaling $845 million since its launch. In recent years, we have seen a huge increase in demand, and as a result, HVIP has been at times forced to close after becoming oversubscribed. When HVIP reopened this March, a total of $272 million was requested within 24 hours. Of the funds requested this year, over 70% of voucher requests have been in disadvantaged communities. This year, HVIP included dedicated support for zero emission drayage trucks, zero emission transit buses, and zero emission school buses, which were identified as key market segments in last year's budget. The drayage truck set aside and school bus set aside are now fully subscribed, but we continue to accept requests for these vehicle types in standard HVIP. Additionally, this year we are launching a new pilot within HVIP known as the Innovative Small E-Fleets pilot, which will open to requests from fleets at the end of next month with $25 million of available funds. Innovative Small E-Fleets will pilot funding for incentives geared towards small trucking fleets and independent owner operators and can employ innovative mechanisms, including flexible leases, peer-to-peer truck sharing, truck as a service, assistance with infrastructure, individual owner planning assistance, and other mechanisms. We anticipate that the lessons learned from this pilot will help shape HVIP policy in the coming years. As we do every year, we're considering making policy changes to HVIP to better support program goals. To support more equitable investments and better manage demand within HVIP, last year our board approved fleet size limits, which serve to focus HVIP incentives on the medium and small fleets that make up the majority of the state's heavy-duty vehicle population. Since HVIP reopened, we have continued to see strong demand for medium and small fleets. In fact, 63% of the fleets that requested vouchers have had 100 vehicles or fewer. We continue to believe that these fleet size limits are necessary and appropriate. However, we are considering introducing a few minor modifications to ensure a more seamless transition. These modifications include exempting nonprofit organization from the fleet size limits, adding flexibility for fleets with 10 vehicles or less to ensure that they have access to the vehicle model of their choice, and introducing contingency provisions to avoid market disruptions if demand for medium and small fleets is less than anticipated. Additionally, to support California's broader energy and grid resilience goals, we are considering requiring new zero-emission school buses seeking HVIP eligibility to have vehicle-to-grid capability starting in 2024. This requirement is already in effect for the public school bus set-aside, so this policy change would simply expand the requirement to HVIP standard. Speaking of the public school bus set-aside, we're also considering adjusting eligibility criteria and voucher amounts for the set-aside to ensure that California's most underserved schools have access to this funding and to help support the replacement of the oldest school buses in the state. And finally, after reviewing recent cost data, we're considering some adjustments to voucher amounts, including increasing the voucher amounts for electric power takeoff equipment, or EPTOs, that are utilized in heavier applications or on zero-emission trucks. We are also considering continuing the voucher enhancement for zero-emission drayage trucks to spur the early deployment of this important vehicle class, and introducing a new voucher enhancement for zero-emission refuse trucks. Why focus on zero-emission refuse? The length and duty cycle of refuse vehicles is prime for electrification, and there are several zero-emission refuse trucks that are commercially available. Refuse trucks are present in all of our communities, but their impacts are felt particularly strongly by communities located near waste transfer stations who are burdened by multiple pollution sources. Yet, these technologies are still in the early market stages. We've had about 80 requests for zero-emission refuse trucks, and more than half of those requests have been made in the past 4 months. So to help support early adoption of zero-emission refuse trucks, we're considering offering a 25% early adopter voucher enhancement for zero-emission refuse. The draft allocation for HVIP represents a substantial investment of just over $1.7 billion. We're considering continuing several set-asides that we started last year to support the deployment of zero-emission public transit buses, zero-emission public school buses, and zero-emission drayage trucks in line with the 2021 ZEV acceleration package and this year's state budget. This year, we will also create a new set-aside within HVIP to support grants to local educational agencies to replace combustion school buses. Grants will be awarded over the course of 5 fiscal years, beginning in fiscal year 23-24. Additionally, we're considering allocating funding to the Innovative Small E-Fleets pilots. The draft allocations include $265 million for standard HVIP vouchers for any technology type, $70 million for public transit buses, $135 million for public school buses, $1.125 billion for grants to local educational agencies to replace combustion school buses, $75 million for drayage trucks, and $35 million for the Innovative Small E-Fleets pilot.
Well, I'm here. Can you all hear me? So
yes, we can hear you.
Okay, here we go. Okay, so good afternoon, everybody. CORE has been a very successful voucher program, which accelerates the market penetration of zero-emission off-road equipment. The program is a first-come, first-served program and does not require scrap and is able to stack with other incentive programs. CORE has funded several types of equipment, including terminal tractors, transport refrigeration units, large forklifts, railcar movers, and mobile power units. We have expanded to help fund heavy-duty, zero-emission construction, agriculture, switcher locomotives, and commercial hovercraft. We have crafted the current CORE vouchers to move small businesses operating in disadvantaged communities to the top of the incentive list. The program, the heavy duty portion of CORE, has relaunched last Monday, July 18th. As CORE evolves, we'll continue to focus on ways to get zero emission equipment into the hands of small businesses and disadvantaged communities. We'll review the equipment voucher amounts to strike a balance between a generous incentive and spread the incentive funds to as many owners as possible. In addition, we'll continue to review the current and the new heavy-duty zero-emission products. Just as we have expanded the current zero-emission CORE catalog, we hope to offer a wide variety of products, but as technology becomes mainstream, we may have to set voucher amounts or move equipment from the CORE list. And finally, realizing off-road equipment often cannot just drive to a charger, we're reviewing zero-emission refueling options to ensure fleets have access to fueling and charging needs to meet their unique equipment needs and site needs.
Good afternoon, everybody. Carbs Truck Loan Assistance Program was launched in 2009. The program utilizes equip funds to help small business fleet owners affected by the in-use truck and bus regulation that fall below conventional lending criteria secure financing for upgrading their fleets with newer trucks. Demand for the program continues. As of July 6, 2022, nearly $214 million in funding has been expended to provide over $2.6 billion in financing to small business truckers for approximately 37,600 loans. As 2023 approaches, the model year schedule and the truck and bus regulation will come to an end, and 2010 or newer engines will be required except for some exemptions. Carb expects that fleets will continue to turn over vehicles throughout 2023 to meet the regulation deadlines and DMV registration requirements, so additional funding will be needed. Carb staff is considering a funding allocation of $28.64 million for the fiscal year 2022-23 funding cycle to meet anticipated demand. Funding allocated in previous fiscal years could be exhausted before the end of fiscal year 2022-23, so additional funds will be needed to ensure the continuity of the program. The Zero Emission Truck Loan Pilot Project is a new project that is designed to combine financing of both heavy-duty zero-emission vehicles and charging or fueling infrastructure. SB 372, signed into law in October 2021, requires CARB and CPCFA to offer financial and non-financial support for medium and heavy-duty vehicle owners to transition to zero-emission vehicles. This program in the bill is referred to as the Medium and Heavy Duty Zero Emission Vehicle Fleet Purchasing Assistance Program. The proposed ZE truck loan pilot is one part of the broader program. The California Energy Commission is working with CARB and CPCFA to support the infrastructure for fleets participating in the proposed ZE pilot. The pilot will draw on programmatic aspects that have worked in the current loan program. The pilot will allow CARB, CPCFA, CEC, and lenders to learn from borrowers of small business fleets what is needed to make a successful transition to zero emission, and what additional areas of support are required. CARB staff is proposing $5 million for the zero emission truck loan pilot project for the fiscal year 2022-23 funding cycle. This would enable financing for approximately 65 zero emission trucks, assuming an average truck cost of $350,000 and a 20% contribution rate. The CEC intends to offer co-funding for charging and or refueling infrastructure necessary to support zero emission vehicles. Back to Aria.
Thank you, Eric. Good afternoon, everyone. For those of you joining us on Zoom via the web platform, you can use the Zoom feature to raise your hand. For those of you participating by phone, press pound or #2 to raise your hand. When you're called on, please state your name and affiliation. First up, we have Michael Pimentel. Michael, I have unmuted your mic.
Hi there, folks, and thank you so much for putting on this forum. I hope that you can hear me just fine. I did want to just remark on proposed changes to HVIP and further encourage ARB to continue to consider some additional flexibility in HVIP as it pertains most particularly to transit agencies. I know that individual transit agencies have reached out to ARB staff to talk through some of the challenges that they have with regard to access to HVIP vouchers, with regards to the timing of the availability relative to procurement cycles. And it's there that we would look to follow up as the California Transit Association to provide some concrete feedback for changes that can be made to the HVIP program to further support access by transit agencies. And so I understand that there are work groups that are discussing the HVIP programmatic aspects, but we did want to raise that here too. So appreciate your time this afternoon.
Thank you, Michael. We certainly recognize that transit agencies experience unique procurement cycles and challenges with co-funding. So we are very much committed to supporting our transit agency partners, and certainly would be happy to set up some time to discuss with you your recommendations and receive more feedback on how we can make HVIP work better for transit agencies.
Thank you so much, and I'll certainly be reaching out to you and your staff, and we'll find some time to discuss this further. Thank you.
Next up, we have Jason Caranto. Jason, I have unmuted your mic. Jason, you'll need to unmute on your end. Okay, Jason, we'll come back to you. Oh, there you go.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank you for hosting this and you know, a couple of quick questions. First of all, Hyzon Motors is the company I represent, and we're a commercial vehicle hydrogen fuel cell manufacturer. And just one tiny nit to pick, when you talk about infrastructure, it is also refueling for hydrogen. It's not just charging. So I would encourage fuel neutrality going forward. The other thing I would like to know is if it would be possible maybe to have a discussion later on with some more information on the zero emission vehicle loan program for medium and heavy duty. I'd just like to get some more color on that.
So Jason, what specifically would you like to hear about?
Well, I guess my fundamental question is it like a loan guarantee program where you're going through a traditional bank, and in essence, the funding the state provides is like a leverage for in case the customer defaults? I don't understand how it works, would be my.
Well, we're proposing to make it work like the existing truck loan assistance program, where the state puts up the money to reduce the risk for lenders to provide the loans.
Okay, so it's similar to like a small business administration loan guarantee.
Well, in the current loan program, it isn't necessarily a loan guarantee. The state funds are used to reduce the risk for the lenders, who actually work with the borrower to develop the loan.
Okay, I understand. I might not be using the right terminology, but I think you've cleared it up for me. Thank you very much.
Okay, sure. Thanks.
Thank you. Next up, we have Joe Dallum. Joe, I have unmuted your mic.
Great. This is Joe Dallum from Odine Systems. I'd like to comment on HVIP and specifically on EPTO incentives. So as probably many people know, EPTO systems deliver large reductions in NOx and greenhouse gas, as been tested by NREL and other independent agencies. So we commend Carb's continued interest in this technology. That being said, historically, only about 3% it appears of HVIP supported purchases have been for EPTO. So, hopefully there's some growth in the future for supported purchases of EPTO. That being said, ODINE really supports the proposed changes in the EPTO incentive structure. We believe that the inclusion of larger battery systems will help to incentivize electrically operating large pieces of equipment, which tend to produce a lot of pollution. So I think that's a very positive change. We also, but we definitely support the inclusion of EPTO systems in EVs. We believe that's going to help expand the use of EVs and work truck applications. So I think that's also going to have another benefit for EV deployment. Finally, the incremental cost continues to be a bit of a problem, and it appears that there's an increase in the incremental cost that could be covered by EPTOs of up to 65%. We just wanted to verify, is that correct, that there's a proposal to potentially increase the coverage of incremental cost to 65% of an EPTO system? Is that right?
Yes, that is correct.
Great. That's going to be that could be very helpful. Finally, one of the some of the biggest impediments here are with the use of, let's say, the approval of different applications for EPTO. So that process is still pretty cumbersome and it takes a long time. So as an example, if you want to use EPTOs on a different type of equipment, it's often very time consuming to get that approved. So that means that customers and fleets can't use that type of application. So if there's some kind of improvement that could be done there, that would be very helpful. And then finally, as some people have talked about, the alignment of the incentive with the purchasing process has been a great challenge. So a lot of municipalities and others have their own purchasing timeline, through a bid process, and often that doesn't align with the availability of funds. So if there's something that could be done there, where somehow there's allocated funds that are available during different periods of time, so that municipalities can access this funding, I think that would also be helpful. I was just wondering if you have any thoughts on that, of adjusting the timing of the availability of funds.
Yeah, so I would say broadly speaking, we have our goal for HVIP has always been to have HVIP incentives be continuously available so that any agency or fleet could come in and apply for the HVIP incentive at the time they're ready for it. I know we have moved away from that in recent years, and many of you on the call are certainly recalling last year when we had periods of time where HVIP was fully subscribed within 24 hours and at some points within even 9 minutes. But we can see from the change this year how the initial rollout has gone is that many of the changes that we put into place to help better manage demand have been working. HVIP has been open for a little less than 4 months now, and funding has been continuously available. And while there is only a small amount of funding left for HVIP this year, we do expect that some additional changes like the fleet size limits will help ensure that HVIP incentives are continuously available for small and medium fleets as well as public agencies next year. So we certainly think that that will help with some of the challenges that public agencies in particular face with procurement cycles.
Great, good to hear. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Next up, we have Jamie Levin. Jamie, I have unmuted your mic.
Thank you. Jamie Levin from the Center for Transportation and the Environment. I have a question, a comment for Andrea, and a question for Todd. Andrea, a question: if the staff has been having discussions and consideration on how maybe HVIP might, or a set aside from HVIP. I brought this up with Jason earlier, maybe you heard, as it relates to the Hydrogen Hub program, which is going to be a substantial initiative here in the state. It's being led by the GoBiz office to go after significant funding in excess of likely $1 billion for large-scale hydrogen production, and the offtake for that effort clearly has multiple applications, but clearly transportation, given the lead that California has established, is a big factor. And so we may be potentially targeting, large numbers of trucks and transit buses. Those are moving forward in the fuel cell arena. They have the benefits of range, payload capacity, and quick refueling. So the real question is, what is the state going to do to help cost share and create this offtake in the transportation sector? And it just occurs to me that HVIP could be a means by which to do that as a set aside. So I wonder if staff has had conversations about this at the staff level. I know it's being talked about at other levels of state government.
Yeah, so that's a really interesting idea, Jamie, and something that we'll think more about. At this point, we hadn't been considering creating a separate set aside for hydrogen fuel cell technologies, but as I think you are aware, there are several things that we do within HVIP to help support hydrogen fuel cell technologies, particularly recognizing that they're at a much earlier stage of commercialization than some of their other counterparts. So that's, for example, having higher incentive amounts available for hydrogen fuel cell technologies, as well as there is an exemption for hydrogen fuel cell technologies from the fleet size limits to really ensure that as we get those first hydrogen fuel cell trucks into HVIP and HVIP eligible, and that those fleets are able to access them and those manufacturers are able to obtain the same incentives that their battery electric counterparts did when their trucks first came to market. So we'll certainly think a bit more about a set aside proposal, but it isn't something that we've been thinking about instead to date.
Okay, and hey, great, that's all really good. I appreciate that, Andrea. It's a great segue to my comment, which I think I've discussed with you previously, but I'll just state it again. Because as you've acknowledged, fuel cell applications are more expensive. It's simply their volumes are not there yet. We are very encouraged by the 30 truck fuel cell Class 8 truck deployment out of the Port of Oakland next year is going to be a real eye-opener to the industry, to fleet operators, to truck drivers, being able to handle maximum GVW of 82,000 pounds up to 500-mile range, be able to fuel these vehicles very quickly, maximize the payload at least up to close to 40,000 pounds, all good aspects of it, but the cost is high. And one of the challenges that we face is with the 90% limit of all grants, not just HVIP, but all stacked funding sources, only going against the MSRP, not allowing to apply it towards the federal excise tax, which is 12%, and in some cases, 10% plus in the state tax, although we're anticipating the state tax. There is a bill before the Assembly, passed already by the Senate, will really help. But we really believe that HVIP should enable some aspect of total grant funds, whether they're HVIP stacked with other sources, should apply to both the MSRP and the taxes, because the taxes on fuel cell trucks can be equal to the price of a diesel tractor. So I'd really like you to give, in the next year, give some serious thought to helping make that more affordable, make an adjustment so it's more affordable to the end users. No response?
I was just going to say thank you for your comments there. As I think you know, and we've discussed in the past, we've always considered it to be important that the end user fleet at least has some buy-in in the vehicle. So that's really where that 90% had come from for stacking. So, but it is something that we can take another look at and consider. We recognize there are certainly price challenges associated with all of the vehicles within HVIP, and that it can be challenging, particularly for small fleets.
Yeah, and you provide that benefit for public transit fleets, which is great. They are public, but in the trucking industry, it's rare that you have nonprofits. They're virtually all private. And just given the extent of over 20% in taxes charged to the purchase of trucks, it would be helpful if there was an added incentive. So I wish you would consider that, give it more serious thought. I'll keep bringing it up. So I won't be silent about it, but I hope you will appreciate it, the importance of it. And then I had a question for Todd regarding the core program, and specifically as it relates to TRUs. Is it possible that the vouchers could apply to zero emission TRUs technology that would allow a zero emission operation within certain zones? One of the challenges we have is some of the clients that we're working with is that fleet operators, they have to have, and shippers, guaranteed refrigeration no matter what happens. So if for whatever reason the zero emission propulsion or energy for the TRUs is not able to work for any number of reasons, there has to be a fallback because of the potential damage to the goods that are being carried. So I wondered if vouchers would be applicable if the zero emission application were confined to specific zones or specific time periods, if that's come up or is of consideration by CORE.
Jamie, that's a question I haven't heard before. Right now we have a couple different companies that offer 100% zero emission TRUs, and I would think that any shipper or any company that's shipping with any TRU would want that to work, whether it's zero emission or diesel or whatever. So because all that product is valuable and of course needs to be cooled or frozen. But let me think about that, and we can talk about that at some other time also.
Yeah, and I'd say, Todd, a big question there is market penetration in terms of how effective the zero, from a not just technology standpoint, but also from a economic or cost standpoint. And we do know of solutions that could probably guarantee 95% zero, but certain situations there has to be a guarantee fallback. And as we understand it, diesel fuel is that guarantee, even though it may never get used. So if we can follow up with you for further discussion on that, be very much appreciated.
Okay, thanks.
Hey, thanks. I'm off now. I took too much time. I apologize.
Thank you, Jamie. Lisa, I see that we have some questions in the Q&A box. I'm going to kick it to you for a little bit.
Yep, thanks. I think most of these we can get through quickly, and we'll get right back to our list of hands. So I think this first one here is for Earl from Robert Doe. Can you please elaborate on what zero emission waste projects in green zones looks like?
Robert, that's a great question. Right now, it's really not clear what those projects will look like. We're trying to leave it wide open and really want to hear from stakeholders what they think a green zones project in their a community would look like. So I invite you to reach out to us so we can talk about it. And we'll also try to define this a little bit more when we get to the work group process after board approval to really nail down what we're looking for in a green zones.
Thanks, Earl. Next question from Bill Harju. When do you see the pilot program for ZEV Harborcraft coming out?
I assume that's a project for me. We actually have two opportunities for commercial hovercraft pilot projects. So we will have one coming out soon, a solicitation for zero emission vessel charging either charging or refueling. We will not be supporting the vessel with that project, but what we're talking about today, that program will probably be released in the spring of 23 is the projected release date. It'll still follow the same trajectory as the other projects, with board approval anticipated in the late fall. We'll turn to and start our work group process to develop the solicitations for demonstration and pilot projects, of course, which the commercial hovercraft pilot will be part of.
Great, thanks, Earl. Next question is from Viswa Nomatulu. How do public schools apply for the V2G bus funding?
Yeah, so that's a really great question. So you can apply for the V2G bus funding as well as, well, any school bus funding from HVIP and any truck or bus funding through HVIP by going to californiahvip.org and clicking on the purchasers tab there. I'll provide a link in the response to the Q&A. But so that'll show you information on what the steps are essentially for HVIP. It's really designed to be an easy process for end user fleets where you work with a dealer to submit an application. We do have a separate set aside fund for zero emission school buses. That, however, is closed for the current year, but we anticipate opening that up again next year. So there are a couple differences there, and that would require scrappage of an existing school bus. However, there are higher voucher amounts to recognize that you're having to scrap that asset. So you should be able to find some additional information about that program on the California HVIP website, as well as what the incentive amounts are for school buses just through HVIP standard.
Great, thanks, Andrea. Next question's from Wade Smith from Amtrak. I'm interested in eligibility criteria for funding incentives for heavy-duty zero-emission equipment such as rail car movers, heavy-duty forklifts, and switcher locomotives. Can you address the application process?
I'll take that, Lisa. This is a really timely question. We just opened up heavy duty core for applications for vouchers last Monday. So in the program right now, we have zero emission forklifts, we have zero emission switchers, zero emission, the name switching locomotives and rail car movers. So go to, I'll put this in the Q&A. californiacore.org, or you can always give me an email, send me an email. My email is todd.sterling@arb.ca.gov if you have other questions or have difficulties getting on the site. But basically, you go on the site, find a qualified equipment dealer, work through the dealer, and choose from the equipment list that we have on the core website, and you can go through and get your voucher. So something that's open right now. There's funding available, so I would get right on the website and go for that.
Thanks, Todd. And last, we've got just a comment from Lauren Navarro. Three-part with some clarifications here. Excited to hear about the progress of the zero emission truck loan pilot as part of SB 372. Particularly excited to hear about the partnership with CEC and co-financing model. Great progress. Also appreciate the recognition that this is just one part of SB 372, which includes multiple parts, and hopefully the other parts attract private finance for next year. Loan part is very meaningful though, and Lauren did provide a link to a report by EDF, and I unfortunately for some reason can't copy and paste it, so I'm just going to accept the comment so that folks can see it. And lastly, grateful that the ZEV loan pilot is part of the program. There is a follow-up to the information you just provided, Todd, from Chris Behringer. The link from you is not showing up yet, although it looks like it hasn't gone out yet, Chris. So hang tight. We'll get that link posted in just a moment. All right, Aria, I think back to you.
Sorry, I did all that. Omar, I have unmuted your mic.
Thank you, Omar Gonzalez with Nikola. Appreciate Carb staff meeting earlier this week with the Nikola team to discuss, our data analysis around large fleets, and we'll be providing, more detailed set of comments around our position on that. But just sort of on that topic, want to make sure that, I think Carb would agree that we want to see a sustainable transition into ACF, right? And not a subsidization of the compliance requirement itself. And so I think we just want to be mindful that we want to make sure fleets, don't make extra purchases of diesel trucks prior to ACF's implementation, and to minimize, in order to minimize ZEV procurement that they'll need to do upon ACF going into effect. And so, I can talk more about, our position on large fleets, but I think it's really focusing on those fleets that result in the most emissions, right? The fleets that are traveling the most. And I think Carb has mentioned before that 99% of the fleets, I think it was controlled less than 50% of the trucks. But again, looking at data on mileage by fleet as being sort of like, the guiding sort of policy to enable this, emissions reductions. Aside from the large fleet requirements, I was just going to support what Jamie said earlier about a set aside for hydrogen fuel cell electric vehicles, with the hydrogen hubs effort sort of hovering over, everyone in the state's interest in it. I think the most competitive applications are gonna be ones that show, demand for hydrogen, and that's where the state is in a good position to show that with all of these fuel cell electric vehicles coming into the market, next year, the state can make an early investment to show that there is demand in the state and transition a good chunk of fleets over to that technology. And so I would encourage staff to look into what Jamie mentioned about a set aside. And I guess a question would be, absent a set aside for hydrogen fuel cell trucks, knowing that there are fuel cell electric vehicle OEMs that will likely get on HVIP, soon. You're aware of our timelines for our trucks going into the market next year. Absent a set aside for hydrogen fuel cell trucks, how can Carb ensure a successful market entry? I think the multiplier for the fuel cell is obviously one recognition that it is a new technology and does need a little bit more help in the beginning. But what else can you do to ensure that there will be sufficient funding levels to incentivize, higher volumes of that particular technology?
Thanks, Omar. Those are some really great points. And I think we share the same goal with you. Of course, we don't want to see an uptake of new diesel trucks being purchased in advance of the Advanced Clean Fleets regulation taking effect. And we also certainly don't want HVIP dollars just being used to pay for compliance, essentially. So that's in part where our fleet size limit proposal has come from, is recognizing that most of the larger fleets will be subject to ACF. So really starting to transition HVIP dollars to focus on those smaller fleets is a way for us to ensure that we're not just paying for compliance, but we're helping some of the smaller fleets who really need those incentive dollars in order to be able to transition to zero emission, regardless of whether or not they might be subject to future compliance deadlines under ACF, or in some cases, many small fleets may not be subject under the current ACF proposal. So that is certainly one element of the fleet size limit, and one thing that we are taking into account. With respect to the question on hydrogen, yes, we'll certainly continue to think about a set aside. You already mentioned the multiplier, which I discussed with Jamie earlier. I think one of the other key elements to how we'll be ensuring that funds continue to remain available for hydrogen fuel cell technologies, as well as any fleet that's trying to request funds through HVIP that's in that smaller medium fleet size category, is in fact the fleet size limits. That's a major way for us to help manage demand within the program and ensure that there's continued availability of funds. So as I mentioned earlier, fuel cell technologies will be exempt from that fleet size limit until they reach a higher level of market penetration. So that's really our way of recognizing that fuel cell does face some challenges in terms of infrastructure and just getting those initial trucks into the HVIP program and then on the ground and deployed. So allowing larger fleets to continue to request vouchers for the fuel cell trucks is certainly a way that we can continue to support fuel cell in the future years.
Thank you.
Thank you, Andrea and Omar. Next up, we have Nico. Nico, I have unmuted your mic.
Let's see, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Good afternoon. My name is Nico Welcome with GTI Energy. Emphasize added there, just for your awareness. A few points on and questions about what you've just presented in this last, let's say, half hour. The first one is on the advanced technology demonstrations and pilots and the proposed amount of $75 million. It is a nice amount, but considering you're moving into another vehicle class and category where investments for even commercial vehicles are completely different as what we've been talking about so far, especially when you get in the off-road and commercial equipment category or maritime vessels. You may want to consider upping that number if possible, if there's more funding becoming available, because each individual development or pilot and demonstration will be in a different financial or investment category than most of the projects you've been in before. And I know Carb has been involved in some of those projects on the periphery, but locomotives or mining equipment or vessels and the development of those or demonstration of those is a little different category than what we've seen before, and also the numbers that are eventually commercialized. That's the first one. And I'll just go through the questions and then I'll stop. The other one is with regards to funding topics. I did see this in the slide 70 overview, where you have a draft overview of the long-term investment plan as a commercial focus, but not in the demonstration and pilot categories, and that's long-haul trucking. So far, we've mostly talked about drayage, and that's also related to regulation in place, but there's not a category on the long-haul trucking side of things, whereas DOE, for example, through the Super Truck program is funding some long-haul truck development, and that's typically the early development to get to a working vehicle. I would be great if you could consider a pilot and demonstration category for that as well in either this year or in the years ahead. And then the last one is on if you, and this may be a topic for the open discussion, I can come back to this later, but the need for support on Carb's end to support with administration of all the projects that you are going to have in the hopper. You're only a limited number of people, and I expect, and as you've said this as well, that you want these projects to happen sooner than later to reach goals and move technology and industry forward in this space. I can only suspect that you need more manpower on board, whether it's directly as Carb staff or as support from industry one way or another. So if that's the last item is an open discussion topic, just leave it alone and wait till that point. Thank you.
Hey, I'll just address the first question. I think that's more of a comment about 75 million for a demonstration and pilot projects. I would completely agree with you, Nico, that additional money needs to be brought to bear for a demonstration and pilot project, especially considering the categories that we're moving into. However, we are bound to what the legislature appropriates and the governor approves. So, the way to impact that is to reach out to your state senators or assembly members and to discuss the need for demonstration and pilot projects. Carb cannot do that role. So it'd be best done by interested stakeholders. And the second question, I believe, would go to Jason.
So I believe the second question was about administrative support for managing these projects. And I know I can tell you.
That was actually the last one.
Oh, I'm sorry.
The open item. No, I can repeat it if that's helpful, Jason.
Sure.
So in the overview on slide 70, that's the long-term overview. Hear me go with long haul. It's a long-term overview of categories that are planned for funding. And long haul trucking is only in a commercial category. It's not part of the demonstration and pilots at this point. And it would be good for Carb to consider to also have demonstration and pilots in that space, because, for example, Super Truck under DOE's Vehicle Technologies Office does fund the development of the trucks. They don't necessarily fund the pilot and demonstration phase of the trucks. I mean, to an extent, demonstration, but so it shows it works, but not as you do for other categories that you have a demonstration and pilot funding category for that specific application, like long haul trucking. So I know that I expect it will be appreciated by industry if you also have a category, if you could assign funding for that as well, or somehow create a category for long haul trucks that have longer range than the drayage trucks, for example.
Yes, we could certainly look at accommodating that under demonstrations or pilots going forward. I think that's a good comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Nick St. Cook. Nick, I have unmuted your mic. Nick, you'll need to, oh, I just saw your hand go down. Next up, we have Sarah Fitzsimon. Sarah, I've unmuted your mic.
Hi, thank you. Yeah, Sarah Fitzsimon from the California Hydrogen Business Council. Commenting again on this section. We'd like to state our support for the draft project categories that were mentioned in the first part of this presentation. We recognize that fuel cells can serve all the project categories that were listed, and we're exceptionally excited about the listings of those categories, in particular rail. We look forward to engaging on that with Carb and hopefully working with the staff on the development of those categories. We do want to offer support for the core funding. We think core is a wonderful program. There are so many areas in which fuel cells can serve those core functions, in particular earth movers, forklifts, many other different types of off-road vehicles that service agriculture and construction. So we're really looking forward to continuing of the core program and continued funding equally between technologies. I do want to point out that when discussing the public school bus system, you know, it was mentioned, and there was a comment earlier about language, and I think it is very important that when you're talking about the public school bus system, you use the term requiring the vehicle to grid functionality. That's specifically a battery electric vehicle term. And when you call it a zero emission school bus funding allocation or program, but then specifically require a battery electric vehicle term and function, then it categorically leaves out fuel cell electric vehicles as school bus priorities. And within the allocations, you mentioned 135 million for public school buses and 1.125 billion for public school buses as well, across two different categories. And with that requirement, it really just leaves out fuel cell electric buses, and they serve a wonderful purpose. The duty cycles would match transit very similarly, zero emission as well. So we'd like to see language change in that so that it wouldn't be a requirement for vehicle to grid functionality, because that dismisses fuel cells. Along that same line, we have the zero emission truck loan pilot. I do appreciate Mr. Patton's comment where he did say that it would be financing for heavy duty ZEVs, charging and fueling infrastructure. However, on this program here, this presentation, it just says charging. I hate to be a stickler about language, but it really is important, as those who can't come to these workshops will look at these presentations and then identify areas in which only charging is mentioned. So we really like to emphasize, if it's going to be a zero emission vehicle program, there needs to be language that reflects all technologies that are eligible for those programs. And then along those lines, when talking about building up the infrastructure and how important language is, to have that language reflect both technologies while you're also working with other agencies like the CEC is very important. Because as a CEC staffer, I'm looking at that this project is specifically for charging infrastructure. When I'm looking at the infrastructure for supporting that, you know, I'm only going to be focusing on charging. So it really is important to maintain technology neutral language throughout all of the programs and then across agencies as we work together. You know, the CHPC is supportive of all technologies to meet our carbon neutral goals and our air quality goals. And it just gets a bit frustrating to keep reminding that fuel cell electric vehicle technology is there, but it's very hard to get it going when it's categorically removed from programs or funding or not encouraged by inclusive language. So please do review these slides and the presentation and also the allocations of funding and ensure that fuel cell electric vehicles, or at least all technologies, remain tech neutral in your presentations so that businesses could then get the market signals that they are welcome to continue putting their product on the market. They are welcome to offer solutions for low-income communities, for their trucks and their buses and their school buses. I mean, we are a solution for all the categories in which battery electric vehicles serve as well. So we'd very much like to be included in this so that we could help California meet its goals. So thank you again for this presentation. We do want to emphasize our support for the programs that are listed. We think it's wonderful that you all are working so hard on mapping out a transition to zero emission and improved air quality. We very much like to ensure that the language is inclusive of all technologies that can meet those goals. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments, Sarah. I think I can speak for all the Carb staff here that it was certainly not our intention to write language that excluded fuel cell technology. So we will take a careful look at the language we have in the draft funding plan and any language in future presentations to make sure that it is clear that all of our project categories also can support fuel cell technologies. And so we will certainly make some changes to the V2G requirements to make it clear that that would only apply to those technologies like battery electric technologies where V2G is feasible.
Great, thank you. I'm not sure if oh yeah, you could still hear me. Great. Is there an opportunity for written comment? Because I looked at all the resources here listed and I didn't see any written comment opportunity. Will that be announced later?
So during our deliberative process here, we're more than happy to take written comments at any point in time. This isn't the formal proposal going to the board just yet. So we'll be releasing that. We'll talk about this a little bit more kind of in closing, but we'll be releasing the proposed funding plan that will include everybody's feedback through this process in October, and that will open a 30-day public comment period where written comments will be requested at that time. But for now, given that this is just draft and we are looking for input, we're again more than happy to take written comments at any time, and you can email them to any of the team member and we'll make sure that it gets to the staff that need it.
Great, thank you so much.
And just to add to that, there's also an email address listed on the intro page of the draft funding plan where we're collecting written comments as well. It's our Clean Transportation Incentives email. So you could use that as well to submit written comments.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Next up, we have Christian Corby. Christian, I've unmuted your mic.
Yes, good afternoon. This is Christian Corby, Deputy Executive Director at Cali TC. I just wanted to weigh in again on our request that Carb reconsider the fleet size limits. We believe excluding large fleets at this time is harmful to air quality benefits and the market for electric trucks. Excluding large fleets from HVIP will have a negative impact on emissions reductions in the most vulnerable communities and hurt zero emission production availability for small fleets, or product availability, excuse me, for small fleets. And it also ignores the current supply chain and economic issues that OEMs are facing and fleets are facing, given the economic downturn that has harmed all Californians. Larger fleets have represented over half of the voucher requests in the past, and it looks like, according to the slide today, it was about around 40%, a little less than 40%. And that eligibility is going to cut off at 100 vehicles, which is a fairly significant amount of voucher requests. I also note that it looks like, small fleets are being able to access a significant amount of funding, with over 60% of voucher requests being from fleets under 100 vehicles. We believe that large fleets play a pivotal role in proving out new technologies and driving scale, and that small fleets rely on purchases of used trucks that were originally purchased by large fleets. And we believe that these small fleets will predominantly rely on public charging that's currently not in place and will take time to build and get in place. Battery electric trucks are still a new technology that fleets are wary of. There are battery durability concerns, and whether or not battery electric trucks can meet demanding duty cycles. Currently, there are less than 500 medium and heavy duty ZEV trucks and vans on the road in California. So not to mention the challenges of installing and maintaining charging infrastructure. There's a lot of challenges that fleets face in transitioning to zero emission vehicles. We've continued to advocate heavily for funding in the legislature for HVIP. And we've been supporting this year's budget allocation of a minimum of $600 million. And our coalition continues to advocate for funding according to the governor's proposed $1.1 billion over 4 years. And we believe this funding should be available to large fleets, all size fleets in California. Our recommendation would be to consider 2 alternatives, and I know we've talked about these, but it's worthwhile to repeat them. First, consider increasing the set aside for smaller fleets. So this could be like a complement to the innovative small e-fleets pilot, or just create a separate set aside that would be exclusively allowed for small fleets to access. Or secondly, we would recommend reducing the per vehicle incentive for larger fleets, given that there is some greater access to capital and perhaps a larger appetite for taking on the technology risk. So these 2 options, I think, would not only preserve funding for small fleets, but also give us the opportunity to create greater reductions in emissions that are largely borne by disadvantaged communities, because these large fleets operate in disadvantaged communities just like small fleets do. So we certainly appreciate Carb's balancing of priorities in this funding plan, but we will continue to advocate for inclusion of large fleets for battery electric vehicles. Thank you. Oh, actually, I did have one question. Andrea, you listed a few additional options that weren't in the slides, but I missed the ones. You started with exemption for nonprofits from the fleet size limits, and then I think you listed a couple others, and I didn't catch those. Would you mind repeating those?
Sure, I'm more than happy to repeat those. You can also find more written detail about all of them in the draft funding plan. I believe that those are all on page 93 or so, actually a little later than that, but you can find more details in the HVIP section of the draft funding plan. But so we are proposing a few minor modifications to the fleet size limits. Those include, as you mentioned, an exemption for nonprofits. Secondly, we're proposing to exempt small fleets that have 10 vehicles or fewer from the OEM cap. And essentially the OEM soft rolling cap is designed as a way to help ensure timely vehicle deliveries. And it sets a 100 vehicle limit or 100 voucher limits as to how many unredeemed vouchers any OEM can have in their hand at any given time. And OEMs can request an exemption from, well, not an exemption, a exceedance from this cap from Carb on a case-by-case basis. So there is some flexibility built in there already. But we have heard frustration from small fleet owners and independent owner operators that say that when they have approached dealers about purchasing a zero emission truck, they've been told that they can't do so because of the OEM cap. So essentially having this exemption for small fleets from the OEM cap would give the small fleet owner operators the ability to really choose the truck of their choice and not have to worry about this, and also really help reassure dealers that the time that they spend working with these small fleets they would have the ability to make a deal in the end. The OEM cap wouldn't come in the way there, and they wouldn't have to wait for additional approval from Carb to exceed the cap on a case-by-case basis. The last thing that we're proposing as a modification to the fleet size limit is actually introducing contingency provisions, which I think would really help to address your concern. So essentially the contingency provisions would allow, after a certain period of time, I believe we said about 9 months from HVIP reopening, if a substantial amount of funding still remains within HVIP, we would open up the program to larger fleets. So essentially, this is a mechanism for us to ensure that if demand from small and medium fleets is lower than we anticipate, that we would still expend all of the HVIP dollars and be able to ensure that we are seeing those emission benefits that we would get across the state. So I think that that should really help address some of the concerns that you raised. And I do also want to point out the data that we shared and that you were mentioning as well, where 63% of the fleets that requested vouchers were actually small fleets. I think really indicates that not all small fleets are just buying used trucks. There is an interest in being able to purchase a new zero emission truck. And really our goal is to make sure that they have that option, and that's something that's available to them. So the way we have the fleet size limit structured now and with the contingencies is really a way for us to make sure that we're prioritizing small and medium fleets that we know would not have the financial resources to be able to make this purchase on their own. That's a great way for us to make sure that state dollars are going further, and that we're avoiding helping provide or avoiding providing incentives to transactions that would have already happened. So that's the quick overview, and I hope responds to your questions.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. I certainly, you know, we're not, obviously we're not opposed to having small fleets being able to access funding in order to buy zero emission vehicles. That's absolutely what HVIP is all about. That's what our organization and our coalition is all about. I think we're all about, you know, rapid transition. So how can we get as many trucks out as possible? And we will continue going to the mat for HVIP at the legislature in order to get as much money as we possibly can. So I do really appreciate the contingency provisions. I think that you're right. That certainly creates you know, a bit of a stopgap, so that if there was a significant funding available, larger fleets would be able to access it. I do appreciate that flexibility. So yeah, thank you. We'll definitely continue to discuss and look forward to working with Carb staff further.
Thank you. Up next, we have Adam Browning. Adam, I have unmuted your mic.
Thank you. Appreciate that. So a couple of things here. One is just in terms of the funding for ISEF and drayage and standard HVIP. Want to just point out that you've given out about 800 vouchers, or at least one of the previous calls this spring indicated that you've given out about 800 vouchers for Class 8 drayage so far to date in the program, and that is awesome. Congratulations. And there's so much more left to be done here. There's about 7,000 trucks being kicked off the registry in about 5 months. That future drayage set aside for next year would be about 500 trucks. So I really do encourage you to do a lot more to pair that strong stick with adequate carrots to make sure that the industry can replace those vehicles with zero emission vehicles. And then I also just want to say thank you for the ISEF program. Good work. And I anticipate that it will be well utilized when it opens. I will point out that if you want to deliver for small fleets, it's not enough to just put a cap on the program size. You also have to make sure that it works for the small fleets. And I would encourage you to think about putting more than that 35 million into it, because this really is the only thing that's, I believe, is really going to deliver for the fleets of 10 trucks or less rather than the 100 trucks or less. So thank you for your efforts to date. There's so much that's working well. And I just encourage you to continue to follow the policy success, put the dollars into the places that will allow us to complete this transition for the fleets completely to zero emissions. Thank you.
Thanks, Adam. We are very excited about the Innovative Small E-Fleets, or ISEF program, and that launch. So as you mentioned, we did propose, or we are considering allocating 35 million of additional funding to this program next year. And really, we anticipate allocating even more funding than that in future years. But as you said, we really want to make sure that what we're doing is actually working for small fleets first. So we do anticipate that we'll be learning a lot from this first round of ISEF opening. So we want to have a chance to incorporate some of those learnings and really understand what works and what doesn't as we expand the program much further in the future.
Yeah, and to that point, and I think I included that in the comments that we provided in the development of ISEF, I just encourage you to be very clear on the metrics of what constitutes success, and then you've already discussed sort of your having contingencies on your future funding pots, so that if things aren't immediately being taken up, you can reallocate funding within a year, and so just. I encourage you to have that review and assessment cycle as well thought through and as rapid response as possible. Because again, this isn't a future transition. This transition's happening now, and we are just so far behind on building all the necessary charging infrastructure. This fleet's got to transition within 10 years. We're dropping again 7,000 trucks this year. And we have to do more. We have to move more quickly. Really appreciate everything you've done to date, but the time scale has to be accelerated, not slowed.
Thank you for that, Adam.
Thank you. Next up, we have Chris Chavez. Chris, I've unmuted your mic.
Yes, thank you. This is Chris Chavez, Deputy Policy Director at Coalition for Clean Air. Appreciate the information shared at this. I know in the past we've supported the fleet size limits and continue to do so. As Carb staff noted, the larger fleets will have to participate or will be under the Advanced Clean Fleets rule. So actually focusing on smaller fleets will result in more ZEVs being deployed, because it will help those fleets that need the most amount of assistance in cleaning up their trucks actually purchase those trucks. So certainly, I think we appreciate Carb's intent and their proposal. Also, I think another important point is that a lot of these smaller fleets and single truck fleets are located or domiciled in a lot of these disadvantaged, environmentally burdened communities. So that goes even further in actually cleaning up the pollution coming off of these trucks. So thank you very much for that, the information, the presentation, and look forward to continuing this discussion.
Thank you, Chris.
Thank you. We don't have any more raised hands, but we do have a question or comment in the Q&A box. So it looks like Rochelle would like to answer that question.
Yes, thank you for that question. So we do have a separate regulation team, and they adopt and amend regulations. Currently, ARB is working on the Advanced Clean Fleets regulation, and it looks like they have a workshop for discussing provisions for allowing exemptions and extensions. So I'm going to go ahead and drop a link in the box or in our chat, and you can register for that work group. And definitely bring this up as, we're commenting and you are commenting and we're answering your questions here. You can also do that at this work group. It's July 26th. So I'll go ahead and drop that in the box.
For the benefit of the recording, I'm going to go ahead and read the question. So the question came in from John Michael. Can Carb add a rule that if things don't work out as expected, they can just add an exemption? Exemption rule, trucks with an engine family of 2009 and older can't be registered in California. Although I've replaced 3 of my diesel trucks with clean burning propane this year, I have 2 more trucks to replace, and there are no trucks available until 2024, and I can't register my trucks this year with DMV. All right, and that looks like those are all the questions that we have in the Q&A box.
And there are no more raised hands.
Perfect. Thank you, Aria and our heavy duty team. So we're going to continue on with our Q&A session, but we want to provide an opportunity for stakeholders to ask questions or make a comment on any of the information that's been covered here today. So I'm going to hand it back to Aria to manage raised hands for our open discussion.
We have one raised hand from Lonnie Mason. Lonnie, I have unmuted your mic.
Yes, Lonnie Mason again from First Generation, Executive Director of First Generation Environmental Health and Economic Development based out of the Bayview Hunters Point community in San Francisco. There was one thing I forgot to mention. It was in regards to the young lady earlier on today. She gave the presentation. It was not during you guys, the second half. When she mentioned the Bayview Hunters Point community. I don't know if you remember, this is after the President Sean's presentation. Do you remember, Lisa, after Sean's presentation? And so they said it would be done in the Bayview Hunters Point community. And so it was after page 47 and 48. So it was after Sean's presentation. Let me see. Let me see if I.
Yeah, we've got hang on one second, Lonnie. We've got all the staff rejoining for the Q&A. So it might just take them a moment to pop in to respond for you.
Okay. I think I took a photo.
Yeah, Darren, if you can scroll ahead, I think the slide's 49.
Yes, I have her name. I think it was Heather Choi.
Yep.
She made mention of it, and this was an investment gas based on census, tracts, and community designation. And that was, I guess that was page 46. So she could have been before Sean.
Yep, and Heather's here. She's joined us now. So Lonnie, what is the question that you'd like her to respond to?
It was in regards to what she had to say about the Bayview Hunters Point community. She mentioned Bayview Hunters Point, that something would be taking place in Bayview Hunters Point. And I'm sorry, I didn't write that down, but I heard it and I meant to ask about it when I asked Sean a question.
I don't know if it helps, Lonnie. This is Ashley Giorgio, but I believe it was in reference to the implementation grants for our Sustainable Transportation Equity Project.
I'm sorry, I can barely, let me turn up my volume. Let me turn up. What was that again? Say that again, please.
That's okay, Lonnie. This is Ashley Giorgio. I just wanted to say that I believe that was in reference to the implementation grants that we have available for our Sustainable Transportation Equity Project. So Heather was talking about 2 awards for implementation grants in the communities of Bayview Hunters Point and also in West Oakland. That was the reference.
So you're saying that these grants are available now?
That they were just recently awarded. That's correct, as implementation grants for our Sustainable Transportation Equity Project.
Okay, so they was just awarded now. So we can actually go to the website. What is it actually for again?
That's okay. It's the Sustainable Transportation Equity Project, or STEP for short. I can make sure to send you the link, Lonnie. That's not a problem.
Was someone awarded money in the Bayview Hunters Point community?
Yes, they were. And I don't have the specifics. I'm not the lead staff person over that project, but we can get you more information.
I could kind of help out with this. So this is a project that was awarded to the Oakland Department of Transportation. And so the two communities that this project focuses on is West Oakland and then the Bayview Hunters Point. So
yes,
it might be,
and see, I've been working along and talking to Carb for I don't know how long, and I'm just now hearing about this because this has been an issue, and so I'm trying to find out, and it's simple, who was actually awarded the funding, within the Bayview Hunters Point community.
Yeah, that's the sorry, it's a San Francisco. I have to get. I'm drawing a blank on the exact organization. I think it's San Francisco Metro, but it's not. It's not under grant agreement yet. So that it's just in the award phase. So we don't have anything up on the website yet, and we won't until that grant has been fully executed.
Oh, so it hasn't been fully executed.
That's correct, but it's kind of moving in that direction. It's very close, from my understanding.
Okay. Okay. Somebody can get back to me. I would, appreciate that. Thank you.
Yes.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Lonnie. There are no raised hands as of right now, and there are no questions in the Q&A box.
All right. Well, let's go over some summary and next steps. I just want to thank everyone for today's productive conversation. I just want to do a quick wrap up and go over some next steps before we depart. So as a refresher, here are the proposed allocations for clean transportation incentives. Darren, if you could just leave this slide up for a few seconds so folks can take a look again. And then next slide. And again, I wanted to pull up as a refresher the current schedule for funding plan development. We're going to continue to meet with stakeholders, including priority communities and community members, and refine the recommendations that will be included in the final funding plan. And again, I want to reiterate that our doors are always open and we're always happy to meet outside of our formal funding plan development schedule. And I know there was a lot of information in today's presentation. However, we wanted to provide a list of links to provide more info on specific projects or the funding plan development process. I recognize the version that's posted on our website currently. The links aren't live, but we are working to get a revised version of the presentation posted, hopefully by next week. And lastly, here's our contact information. If you have any remaining questions, please feel free to reach out to myself or Lisa. If you want to continue to be involved in the public process surrounding the funding plan, I encourage folks to subscribe to our GovDelivery emails at the link below. If you need help subscribing, again, please shoot us an email and we can assist you. And thank you everyone for participating today.